Hello,
Hello.
brother Larry. How's it going today?
Good.
All right. So let's talk, bro.
Okay.
What you got in mind?
Well, you seem to be wanting to keep the discussion just to all the positives of marijuana usage, and if not discouraging, wanting to avoid discussing any type of negative.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of negative information out there. Like I said, it's been dark, kept secret, and people have been, saying all kinds of stuff. As far as saying that, cannabis leads to sorcery. I mean, this is a little bit too far, isn't it? When
I
people
don't
are
know what
abused.
sorcery is. As
Well,
far as like
I'm
my
just
personal experience,
I'm saying like demonic influences when obviously these people used it the wrong way and they used it, in a high dose and intense high. Like nobody should be consuming cannabis like that. And so, cannabis doesn't lead to that if you do it the right way. So, there's a lot of information out there about the negative effects of cannabis, but that doesn't mean that just because people experience it negatively or in the wrong way, it doesn't mean that we should try to put down cannabis and say that there's no use for cannabis or even THC.
well, would you agree that some people are probably not possessing sufficient self control or maturity to be getting involved with something that can lead to addictive behavior or something like that?
Well, sure, people can be addicted to sugar. They eat too much food. They eat too much. They drink too much. Yeah, but I don't want to focus on that. They should know that them consuming alcohol or consuming cannabis too much or eating sugar too much or caffeine too much. Some people even go as far as smoking caffeine because it gives them the more intense, psychoactive effects. And so people abuse it, man. I don't want to be getting into that. Like, yeah, they do that. But did God create, food for us to abuse and to have no self control of? Like, I'm sure people do that, but why do we want to focus on that? Like, unless you have a good reason to say that cannabis should not be consumed by humans at all, you have no argument there.
Well, you can't not eat. You have to eat to survive, but you don't have to have marijuana to survive.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is part of the food and it's beneficial. Research indicates that it is beneficial for humans, to consume. And if it's beneficial, why not?
The way I see it, with with the example of food, if somebody were able to survive without food, and food is a risk of somebody abusing it, then it would be prudent, unless if they've reached a certain maturity level, to avoid food.
Yeah, then don't eat sugar, man. Don't drink Mountain Dew. Don't drink these sugary cakes and eat desserts like that because it is addictive. And people like kids, once they get that ice cream, they don't want to eat the fruits, the tomatoes and the peach. They rather eat that sugary, ice cream. So you're saying that we should ban ice cream. We should ban all the bad, sugary food.
I wouldn't say ban it, but I
Yeah.
would say I would tell people who are immature and maybe have a history of abusing sugar or something like that, that they should really stay away from it until they've grown in more self control.
Right. That's what you think. Yeah.
I think that would be good, wise counsel for such a person.
I think what they should do is get rid of all the bad food. If it's bad for us, then we get rid of it. But cannabis is not bad. Everything can be bad. If you abuse it and you overdo it, then it can be bad. Any food, even meat. If you can't control meat intake and you eat meat 5 times a day, 5 times a week, or even 2 times a day, some people eat meat all the time, and that's all they eat. And so if we know that eating too much meat leads to diseases, and so basically you're saying that if you can't control and you have an addictive personality, you're saying that they shouldn't even touch it, huh?
If you have a lack of self control, like for example, as Christians, we're going to talk about sin because the Bible does. If somebody is not overcoming even just their own carnal desires and putting their body to death, how much more should that person who's still not finding victory over their flesh avoid things that can be abused, that can be something that becomes some kind of codependent relationship. And like I said, even with food, that can become a codependent relationship, like emotional eating. Um, but unfortunately, we can't just tell people just stay away from food, don't eat it.
Exactly, right, Larry. So that's not a good argument, because the sin of gluttony, overeating, this is a serious sin, and this is a serious problem that we have in the world. And you're saying that because you have obsession, or you overeat because you're addicted to food, you shouldn't eat food. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we can't tell someone not to eat food because they die, but we can tell
Exactly.
them not to have something that's optional if it would be a
Okay,
strong
Larry, that's not
potential.
really a good argument. Let's move on to a different argument. Okay. You're saying that people that have self-control, that can eat in moderation, that can consume cannabis for their health benefits. What about these people?
Good question. Okay, so I want to expound on the question a little bit before I answer it.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
So first, we're if somebody has a mastery over putting their body under submission, they keep that flesh crucified. They're living a victorious life in Christ. They're a spiritual man. For such a person, they're not sinning anymore. They're overcoming sin in their life. They're obeying God. Um, that type of person can handle responsibly using something that probably a lot of people would fall into irresponsible use. And that type of person is extremely rare to find in Christendom. So then, when addressing that type of person, to analyze what we think would be the recommendation for such a person as it pertains to weed would be addressing an extreme minority group. And the rules or the suggestion might be different for them than it would be for the typical Christian backslider or somebody that's just struggling. They just don't really overcome very often. They just are in and out of the flesh. That type of person, I would say the recommendation would be catered differently. So to the 1 in a million person that's overcoming this world, I would say they could handle doing a lot of things that most people would just do not. I would say don't do it. So I would say, yeah, they could have the ability and self control to I guess how would I even say this? They could get marijuana. Oh man, as far as the just purely non-high possible marijuana, that's I would say you could almost say that's safe for even people that have a little bit of self-control issues if you can't get high from it.
Yeah, again,
Um,
sorry, Larry. Your like your thought process is totally like kind of weird, man. It's off. You're saying that a spiritual man, because he has self control, 1 in a million, he can take cannabis because he has self control. But you're saying that most people don't have it, and this is not even for spiritual use. This is for medicine, and you're saying that just because they might lack self control, they cannot take it because they might abuse it. That's pretty silly, Larry.
they should not. It would not be prudent of them to get involved if they don't have good self-control.
Why not? But but you're saying you're going something against that. That's the high. What's wrong with the high, Larry? It's just beneficial. It's the effects. It helps you. It takes away the pain. It relieves anxiety. It helps you with more focus. So what is you don't even understand what the high is. You never even taken marijuana or cannabis, and you're saying that you're putting a like basically you're saying that the high is bad because they lack self-control, they might get high too much when you don't even understand that. See, that's what gets to me. It's like, think about it. You're saying that only 1 in a million person, like a one in a million uh person can use cannabis because they have the spiritual maturity where they can control themselves, not overdo things. That's not a really a good reason, Larry.
I'm not sure that the 1 in a million should do it either. As far as
Like,
getting
who are
high,
you? Who are you to say that? Like, God created cannabis for a reason, for as food, as medicine, and it helps us. Like, why would you put down cannabis and say that we shouldn't use it when you have no knowledge or experience of it, and you don't know anything about the effects of it? And this is gonna basically replace the opiate crisis where people are taking man-made medicine, and you're okay with that? I mean, this is a natural plant that heals and can be used for medicine to take away pain and to help people with their body and their mind and their spirit. And you're saying that Larry, you're saying that they shouldn't use it because why? You don't even have a reason.
I had tons of reasons.
What is you couldn't name one?
I didn't attempt to name one yet.
Well, you just said that people shouldn't use it
Well,
because
yeah,
why? Because it's addictive.
it can be addictive, very much so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but not for everybody though, right?
it might be for everybody
Well,
addictive.
how do you know that? You're not an expert. You never even taken it. You don't even know anything about it. How do you know that?
Anecdotal evidence.
Some people take it, responsibly. They control their diet, they control their condition, and they want to, they work hard. And some people are responsible enough to take it, and they've been taking it for 50 years, 40 years, 30 years without any problem. And they really appreciate the plant because it's helping them. There's people like that, Larry. It's not only people that take it are, abusive and they depend on it and they use it as a drug and they smoke it. They hit bong ribs every night, every day, all day. Not many people consume cannabis like that, Larry.
I think a lot do.
A lot do maybe, but I'm saying a lot of people can use it responsibly if they can be educated and learn how to eat it and rub it into their skin instead of smoking it and using high THC, high mercy, and high indica strains that make you into that kind of, like zombie like state, where it arouses your body and your flesh.
Yeah, I think most people choose not to use it in a beneficial way. They
No,
choose to
no,
use it in a
most
harmful
no,
way.
no, most people choose not to use it because that's all they know is to smoke high THC, myrcene, indica strains, and once they touch it and once they experience it, it was too intense for them, and they choose not to do it ever again, even though God created it, and you could have used it in a different way that's more beneficial, that's more healthier. But just avoiding it altogether is kind of silly. It's like somebody avoiding fruits. Oh, too much sugar. I'm gonna avoid sugar. I'm gonna avoid eating fruits. That's pretty silly. It's like avoiding meat. Oh, I'm gonna avoid meat altogether. No, you can eat meat once in a while. You can eat fruit. Just don't overdo it. God created it, right? Just don't overdo it. Why would you wanna eat like so much fruits and where it's not healthy for you? Like people can overdo things, Larry. Cannabis is the same in the category as food, and we shouldn't overdo it. We should use it, you know, as a health supplement or as medicine, and use it responsibly and not smoke it and eat it and rub it, and do it like in moderation and low doses or moderate doses, or even micro dosing it where you can't even feel it.
Really, I mean, just for the sake of brevity and focus and progression of the conversation, it's very important, I think, to just move past the non-high arguments, which you like to repeat, because we've already established those. Those are
What are you talking
already
about? What are you talking
we've already come to an agreement and concluded all discussion
about?
of
What?
the non-high uses for marijuana.
What are you talking about? When you use it in low doses, you still get the high, but it's in a soul. It's not stimulating as much. It's not as intense. You can still have that little bit of focus, that little bit of spark. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. It means that you're using it in a low dose where it doesn't cause you to be not sober, where you're out of control, and demons are coming in, like how you might get sound. So any dose, it's still affecting your body. It's still stimulating. It's still giving you that relief. So what are you talking about, man?
People
You
are
want to just
saying
you want
if
to
you
just
get
stick with somebody abusing it and smoking it and getting high, intense high from it? Is that how you want to focus on? Just that? That because you kept trying to go there last time, and I had to correct you and rebuke you hard. Because why? Because you're being so stubborn about that. You want to go there. You want to use all these words, marijuana, weed, and sorcery, and you want to keep talking about it, like going that way. But why would you want to keep doing that? What is your inclination to, you know, teach people about this when you have no knowledge and no experience of it? You are not the person. You are not my dance partner to be talking about cannabis all the time when you're not qualified.
wait, so you're saying I can't preach against adultery unless I first cheat on my wife?
No, I'm saying like you have no experience of uh the cannabis. You don't know how it feels like. You have no knowledge. You haven't done any research. You were never interested, and now all of a sudden you want to expose cannabis. And and what's the reason? It's because you think that it comes from demons. That's the truth. You're against THC. Why can't you just admit that and then be true, and without trying to hide, or trying to deceive, or trying to come out like that? Why don't you just be upfront and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm against it. I think this is wrong. I think this is demonic. I think this leads to the spiritual. You can enter into the spiritual realm illegally, and you can see demons. And I think that this is highly addictive, and this is something that we shouldn't consume. Be a man and tell me your position straight without going all over the place, without trying to confuse me. And if you do that, then that'll be much more better and more productive, instead of you saying, oh yeah, I agree with you, but I just feel the need to expose the negatives and teach people about the negative effects of cannabis. You're basically like not being honest, not being upfront about that. So let me ask you again: are you against THC and cannabis?
You said I'm not being honest. That's not true. That's a false, bearing false witness against me. I am being honest.
No, you're not being straightforward. I asked you the question from the first 5 minutes of our last discussion, and you wouldn't answer it because why? You are against it, right? Are you
I never
okay?
refused
Okay,
to
I'm
answer
asking you. I'm
anything.
asking you right now. Are you against people using THC? Just be clear. I don't want you to rant on about other things. Just tell me that, and then I can ask you other questions. See, you're not even sure right now. You look at your thinking. You haven't had time to think about this, Larry? Or like, what are you thinking about so much? Are you against THC or not? It's a simple question.
It's not simple to me.
Well, can you answer it like as just a straightforward answer without trying to like confuse me?
Okay, I've never tried to confuse you. I don't appreciate that. That's another bearing false witness against me. I have never tried to
Not
confuse you.
try. I'm sorry with the word, but without confusing me.
I can only try not to confuse you.
Yeah, try not to do that, but just give me a
But I
straight
never have
answer.
tried to confuse
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry. Without confusing me. Okay, don't confuse me without just answer the question. If you're against THC, then I'm gonna just say, you know what, you know, well, first answer the question. Larry, you you like to think a lot. You like to be in your mind a lot, huh? It's not a hard answer, man. It's not like rocket science, bro. Either
The
you're
Bible
against it or
says
not.
the Bible says a fool answers matter before he hears it, before he considers
You
it.
had time to think about this. I don't know why you keep thinking about it now. You had many weeks to think about it. You know your position. You know what kind of discussions you had with your family. You know what kind of research you've been doing. It's not the benefit. You have time to think about this.
I didn't think about this question that much.
Well, you obviously had time to think about this whole discussion, and you probably heard it. And so I'm asking you again: are you against THC?
This discussion is multifaceted, so this
Just
is a
answer the
very
question, bro.
narrow subfacet of the overall.
Right. Uh-huh. I just answer the question, and then we can move on from there because I don't want to be confused again.
Well, I would say, as a general rule, in most cases, the use of THC without the V, so this is modified now through cooking.
THCA. It's THCA.
Okay, THCA,
Yeah. Yeah.
this is now the modified version through cooking. As a general rule, I would be against it, um, with perhaps exceptions, which I would be open to exploring. But in general, I would say I'm overall, as a general rule, against it.
Okay. So you're against cooking with cannabis.
As a general rule, absolutely
So
against it.
why
As a
would you
general,
be why would you be against cooking cannabis when we cook meat, we cook other vegetables, we cook other food, and you're saying that just because it's modified now, we shouldn't take it. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I think that unlike
Like,
with
yeah,
food, it
that's a bad reason,
becomes.
Larry. You're not gonna get far with that.
Well, wait, I didn't get to finish. You're
Okay, go
interrupting
ahead.
now.
Go ahead.
Unlike with food, it changes significantly from something that does not get you high to now something that gets you high. This is like comparing grape juice to wine. It's a completely different. It's apples and oranges then. So the considerations that have to be put into its usage change drastically because you're modifying it to now have different properties that weren't there before.
So it's just the same thing with other food, though. You're saying that we shouldn't consume other food because you're now modifying it and it changes the chemistry of it. Is that what you're saying, though? I mean, that's kind of silly, though, right?
Not at all.
Why?
Um,
Why?
the vitamin content or whatever that changes when you cook is nothing to be compared with something that now went from can't get you high to can get you high. That's completely different.
Well, I'm saying, like, what gives you the reason to say that since God created cannabis, we shouldn't cook with cannabis? What? Who are you to even say that? You're not even an expert in this.
Well, there are plenty of people that have suffered by the effects of getting high.
So there's a lot of people that haven't got bad effects from getting high. So what's your point? Why you only focus on that? Just because they got negative experiences and effects, you're saying that nobody should take it, huh? Again, silly reason, silly reasoning, Larry.
I don't think it's silly.
I think it is
That's
silly. You're saying that we shouldn't cook
disagree.
with cannabis because it modifies it and it makes the effects. It makes you balance. It makes you more uplifted. It gives you a better mood. It gives you more focus. It relieves anxiety. It takes away the pain. What is wrong with the high, Larry? What makes you think that the high is so bad? That's the question. That's what's mind-boggling is you don't even understand that the effects. Who are you to say that we shouldn't even cook with cannabis when we cook with pretty much every food?
My dad said that when he got high on cannabis, it was very similar to getting or drunk. He said
Getting
the
similar to
effect
drug. How did he take it? Did he smoke it?
he smoked it.
Yeah, exactly. So he did it the wrong way. He smoked high THC, intense high, where it's different high. It's a different high, Larry. It's not the same. So that his testimony is of a false representation of cannabis because he used it the wrong way, and he used a high dose. And just because he used it the wrong way and he experienced the wrong way, it doesn't mean that cannabis in the right way will give you that negative effects. So you can't make that my dad said argument, Larry.
But you never define what is a high that's the correct high. You just say getting high I approve of.
I just told you it's the effects, it's the way it stimulates your mind, it enhances your mind, it's the psychoactive effects. Sometimes it's for the body, not only for your mind. And so there's positive benefits from that, and research proves it. This is proven. Where's your proof? You have no research, you have no studies, you're just talking out of your dad's experience, which was not valid.
But you said getting high you approve of. Now you're saying he got high in a way you don't approve of.
Okay, Larry, look, if you smoke too much, it's gonna basically reverse the effects. Like I keep telling you, if you use cannabis in low to moderate dose and you eat it and it relieves anxiety, uh, and you smoke it too much, it's gonna make you have more anxiety.
He didn't get
So
more
too,
anxiety. He said it was
I'm
the
just
same as
telling you, I'm
alcohol.
just telling you, I'm just telling you, if you smoke too much of it or if you consume too much of it, it might give you the intoxicating effects. Yes.
He didn't have so much that he had any type of health problem or anxiety addition. He said it made him feel like he got drunk.
It doesn't matter what kind of strain did he smoke. Like, do you have all the information? Like, you're just generalizing and saying that, oh, he felt drunk. You're trying to say that drunkenness is the same as relieving anxiety, the effects, the high and the drunkenness. It's not the same unless
He
you do
said
it
the
in
high.
high.
He
It
said the
doesn't
high
matter what
was
your
the
it
same.
doesn't matter what your daddy said. Okay, stop saying that. Stop trying to put your daddy's experience with drunkenness, and you're trying to associate drunkenness with high when people don't even feel like that when they're taking it in a low to moderate dose. Come on, Larry, please.
Okay, so you're saying if you take it to a dose where you feel drunk, then that's bad.
Well, I think you're overeating it. Yeah, overeating it. I'm not gonna like kill and judge that person. That you're going to jail for that. But people eat that. People do overconsume, and people overconsume wine and overconsume meat and sugar, and they do that. But it's not like dangerous as you think. You can never like enter into the demonic realm or the spiritual realm by even consuming it a little bit more than you should. Like it's not that dangerous as you trying to make it sound.
That's not what people are testifying. Literally,
What are you talking
I've
about? Just
seen.
because look, most of the YouTube or Google articles or testimonies are the people that smoked high or smoked cannabis when they were young and they abused it and they were addicted to it and they were trapped by it and they just used the wrong strain and they didn't even know what kind of strains or what kind of cannabinoids or terpenes they had. They're just taking just whatever that comes to them, and long time ago there was no cannabis shops where you can pick or you can see the cannabis profile. They had no research like that, so they took anything that just was, the dealer just gave them whatever, and then they had a bad experience with it. These are not the representation of cannabis. This is not an accurate description of cannabis. This is not a valid experiences how God intended, Larry, so you shouldn't use those.
But what makes you think that the people you're telling, I'm not against you getting high, won't do the same thing?
What?
Anybody who might listen to this, what makes you think they won't use it in the way those people are testifying they used it?
That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't abuse it. They shouldn't smoke it. They shouldn't use the wrong strain. They shouldn't use high THC like man zombie like cannabis that they have. And we got to be careful. We got to warn people that this is God's creation and we have to use cannabis how God intended and to benefit us because we can heal from it and we can benefit from it. And if it helps, if it's helpful, and research indicates this, then we use it the positive way. We use it in a good way. We have to educate more people to be careful of smoking it and be careful of using high THC and be careful of using the wrong strain. Educate people not to eat too much of it. That's the concern. That's the focus, Larry. It's not don't do it at all because you might lack self. That is like foolish. Your reasoning, every reasoning you're saying right now, your all the reasons, all the things that's coming out of your mouth, I'm sorry to say, you're it's a foolish reason. You're not giving me one legitimate reason for people not to consume cannabis because your dad had a bad experience. Most people on the internet have a bad experience because they used it the wrong way. Most people smoked it. So you cannot say that. There's plenty of people that use it the right way and benefit from, and medically they heal from it, and it's life changing, Larry.
What about all these people saying they got high from it and that got demons into their life or into their body?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like you have to be careful. Like I said, uh, you know, intense high wax. They do all kinds of crazy stuff, Larry. I'm sure. You know, maybe they had these experiences, but you did it wrong, man. Sorry, you smoked the wrong high THC wax, smoking it, and you did it too much, man. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Like, you you abused it, and you led yourself into that state of mind, and it gave you a terrible experience. Yeah, people might go through that. This is terrible, Larry. Yeah. So what?
Well, what would happen if I just heard you saying, "Oh, I don't judge anyone that gets high. I think the THC God made it for us to enjoy," and then I go buy some THC wax or crystals or I don't know. I buy it and I take just a bite of it. I don't know how much to take, and then I get a bunch of demons coming to me.
It doesn't work that way. First of all, no, a lot of people will tell you that they don't point to demons. They're not gonna blame. They're not gonna say that they're having demonic influences. Maybe some, but not all of them, like you're trying to claim.
Yeah, that's what
And
people are saying, that they got demon possessed uh when they got THC in them.
no, you're just lying now. I mean,
No,
you're saying all of them, huh?
I read probably at least like 25 testimonies with people talking about that.
Okay, and all of them said that they got demonic influences.
And it wasn't like 1 out of 10 people said that. It was like 25 in a row of the first 25 I read, and I stopped.
Okay, so you're saying that that's a clear proof that if you smoke cannabis, you're gonna get demonic influences.
That demons are going to enter you. It's like that they were basically saying, it's like saying, "Hey, demons, anybody within miles of here, come enter me. I'm ready." That's what getting high on cannabis does in the spirit.
Yeah, you're wrong about that. Sorry.
That's what they said.
That's what they said. So what? That's what she said. He
That was
said
their
it doesn't matter.
experience.
Yeah, and how did and then I saw you post your videos, your recommended videos of marijuana and sorcery. I mean, I watched 2 minutes of it, and this guy, he's 11 years old. He's smoking cannabis all day until he's 19 years old. That's not a credible testimony for cannabis. It doesn't represent cannabis like that. So your video of it right there, again, wrong.
You should have watched the whole thing then. He said a lot of interesting, good points.
No,
You're not open to learning more about it.
no. You're not open to learning about it because your
I
video, I
talked
can
to you
discern.
8 hours about it.
Yeah,
Obviously, I
yeah.
am.
I'm saying that your your discernment, your level of expertise and experience, you don't have any discernment to judge which one is the right testimony, which one is false, which is the correct representation of cannabis. When people, there's clearly a lot of testimonies out there too that said that the cannabis helps them, it healed them, and it's beneficial for them. You're not looking at that. You're just looking at the bad things, right?
Well, I wasn't. It was on videos, on YouTube video descriptions of the
Yeah,
videos I
sorry about that,
watched.
Larry. I'm gonna have to cut you off again. Cannabis doesn't lead for demons to come inside of you. Period. That's
Wait, why
wrong.
did you
Okay?
cut me off? Why aren't you
No,
letting me
well,
speak?
because again, cannabis doesn't lead to what you're saying right now. So let's just move on from that.
Wait, what?
We don't want to focus on that.
That's whatever I wanted to talk about. Obviously, I do want to focus on what I'm talking about.
Okay, you're saying that cannabis leads to demons.
I'm
That's what you're
saying
saying.
that
That's terrible. That's not right.
you have to let me speak. I don't understand
Yeah,
why
but like again,
it's
I don't
okay
want
to
to
keep
listen to that.
interrupting.
Like that's not true. And why do you want to keep putting that light on that and make you speak about that when it's not even true? Cannabis like makes like demons come inside of you. A lot of people said that. 25 people said that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not true though. How do you don't even have the discernment? How would you believe that? Like you don't even know, Larry. Well, it's like 10 Chanel bags. How would you know which one is real? You don't even have any experience of it. You have no knowledge of it. So why would you think that just because one person your neighbor said is real, just because your neighbor said this is the correct Chanel bag, or just because one testimony said this is wrong, it leads to demonic influences. Why would you believe that when you don't even have experience of it and you can't even know when other people are telling you it's not true? And how would you have the discernment to know which is the true testimony? Half of the people are saying that no, it's helpful. Half of people saying, oh, it leads to demons, and you're just so inclined to jump on that boat and say, oh yeah, it leads to demons.
it was
Forget that argument,
it was
Larry. Forget
almost
that.
every single one said they got
Okay,
demon
whatever.
possessed from
Yeah,
it.
every single one. You're wrong.
That's what I read.
No, forget about what you read, Larry. It can be wrong, right? Would you admit that it can be wrong? You think that their testimony is 100% correct?
I don't think that.
Again, they forget about that.
I don't want to forget about that. I haven't even finished saying it.
Yeah, you're again, you're bad mouthing cannabis. God created cannabis, and you're saying that we shouldn't consume cannabis because it's gonna lead to demonic influences. Silly. There's millions of people that will testify and tell you otherwise. No, you ask 100 cannabis users that question, they'll say no. Like, where do you get this from? Like, seriously, Larry, why
I
you want to
can.
keep?
Okay, I
I already
googled.
told you their testimonies are wrong. They smoked it the wrong way. They smoked high THC. They smoked it. They consumed it the wrong way, Larry. How come you can't understand that? Why are you so like stubborn in that? You got to correct yourself like that, Larry. Listen to what I'm saying. That's not the clear and fair, valid representation of cannabis, Larry. Come on, forget about that. It
Well,
doesn't
no,
matter what
this.
you heard on the testimony, what she said, he said. That's not a valid, dude. That's not a good research study. Like you don't study. You don't do that, Larry. Come on, you know you're smarter than that, Larry. You gotta really believe. Okay, I read 25 testimonies from online, and all 25 in a row said that it led to demonic influence. Maybe you wanted to see it like that, Larry. Maybe you reading the scriptures like that. Maybe like you're right. Maybe you believing that and you really wanting to believe it like that makes you see things like that. It's dangerous, man.
I can pull it up and just show you. They
Forget
were all
it. I don't
saying
want
it.
to. I already. They're not credible. They smoked it. They smoked high THC. They're abusive. They're addicted to it. They're dependent on it, and they did it too much, man. That's not a fair representation of it. How many times do I got to tell you? I don't want to see that. Now, do you have any other arguments? Because this is getting like I'm not wasting time here, man. Like, do you have any other points? Because so far zero, man.
Okay, so you never even let me finish what I was saying. You keep interrupting.
Please, Larry.
Okay, so I googled, "Is marijuana sorcery?" and I watched like four.
Okay, okay. Is marijuana sorcery, and then you're gonna. That's how you want to see it. Then no wonder you saw like 25 testimonies of saying that it is. This is
Can I
ridiculous, bro.
finish?
Sorry
You
about
keep
that.
interrupting. Okay,
Like, come on, Larry.
so I googled, "Is marijuana?" I
Go
googled.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, when I say Google, I mean I YouTube searched,
Yeah, yeah, right. Uh-huh.
"Is marijuana sorcery?" and I picked out like maybe 5 or 6 videos. I watched all of them, start to finish, and I read through the comments under the videos, and almost without exception, maybe one guy out of maybe I might have read 50 comments across all the videos. One video I read about the first 25, and then I stopped. They were all saying that they got demons from it.
Right, right. And I see some YouTube videos about some guy and everybody supports him. That's YouTube communities like that, bro. You don't understand how YouTube works. Like if you type marijuana sorcery, you're gonna find information like that, biased information or false testimonies or the wrong testimonies because they used it the wrong way. And most people that have negative experiences, they're gonna probably support that and write their comments. And you believe all their comments on YouTube, huh? Is that what you're saying? Please.
Okay, if people are saying they got demon possessed, I would add some weight to that, especially if a lot of them are saying it. Um, it's like,
Yeah, they
why would
used it the
they?
wrong way.
Why
They
would they
used it.
lie?
They used it the wrong way. First of all, Larry, that's why they shouldn't be consuming cannabis like that. They used it the wrong way. It's like some obese guy. He ate a lot of sugar, and he's 600 pounds on his bed. He's addicted to food, and just because his testimony is that it led him to feel um like a loser and suicidal, and That's his testimony. And just because he had a bad experience with food, it's true, and we shouldn't use food. I mean, like, you see, the logic of your argument is not really credible, first of all. So just, we will throw that out the window. Like any research people will throw that out the window, because first of all, they didn't use it the right way. That's the number one thing they'll look at. Okay, they got high from it, they smoked it. What? Smoking bong rips? What was the percent of THC? Let's check that out. Oh my goodness, that's too high. Why would they? How small is he? Oh my god, how young is he? 11 years old, and he smoke? No, no, no. This is not a correct representation of cannabis. Please throw that out the window. That's it. You don't need to go on from there. You just give me another reason, or another study, or another testimony, okay? Because that testimony right there is not reasonable. It's not valid. You're smart enough to understand what I said there, right? So stop talking about these testimonies that you saw, marijuana and sorcery. You looked that up and you got these answers, and you're saying that that's true. There's no other possible, um, good reasons. Since these people say it's bad, it leads to demonic influences, we're gonna stick with that without doing any more research and just believe them. And when people on YouTube and Google, half of the people are gonna say wrong, bad. Half of the people are gonna say cannabis is good, it's helpful. But you have no discernment, Larry. Why would you even want to go there? You're automatically inclined to go to the negative side of the boat, and you don't have any reasons for that. You just believe them.
I do have discernment.
No, you don't.
I have no discernment.
You have zero, because you're wrong about this again. You're gonna lose. You're gonna. It's gonna be a losing battle. Just, 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 uh, just admit that, man. You have zero arguments so far from the 8 hours. Zero. You're telling me everything. Like even today, your reasons are that your dad said that it made him feel drunk, and 25 people in Google or YouTube said that it led to demonic influences, when these people did it the wrong way. And if they did it the wrong way, it's not fair. So we throw that out the window. You didn't give me any other reasons. And you want to keep sticking to that point. Well, wait a minute. I have a point here, but they said it's true. But they said it's true, and that's all you got. And you don't even know 100% sure if that's the true, valid, uh, you know, reason for them to feel like that. You have nothing, Larry. The fact is, God created cannabis, and He created everything for good for us to eat, and we can benefit from it. And research proves this, and millions of people are changing their mind because they were kept dark. And now countries are legalizing this. Is helping the opiate crisis. People can take natural medicine, cannabis, that can heal them, instead of these over-the-counter drugs that man made. And we can save a lot of people from this. And you're against that because why? You better repent and pray about this, Larry, because you're putting a negative information. You're saying that cannabis is sorcery. It leads to sorcery, and it leads to demonic influences. And you're saying that about God's plan. How dare you? Shame on you. You
Repeat
fool.
that.
You have no experience and no knowledge of this, and yet we have a serious problem in the world with these opiates and all these drugs, addictive drugs, like this athlete who got hurt, and the doctors subscribed them prescribed them some kind of medicine, and now he's addicted to it, even though he's okay, his pain is gone, but he continues to take it because this is very addictive. Why don't you preach or teach people against that? Why are you going negative, or you know or trying to hinder people from taking cannabis, and trying to put fear into them, and say that it leads to demonic influences where you're not even 100%? Are you 100% sure that it leads to demonic influence? Let me ask you that. Are you 100% sure? You better be sure, because if you're not, you got to be careful, Larry. This is just coming from you. This is not anointed by God by any means. This is your thinking. This is your negativity. Are you sure that it leads to demonic influences if they get high? Yes or no?
Well, it
Just say I
depends
don't
on
know.
your definition of sure.
You better say I don't know. You better say I don't know, because you don't know.
I
Stop
can
believing these
have,
people. Stop believing these people. You don't know. You're not 100% sure. If you're not sure and if you're not firm, stop preaching and stop saying these things and stop promoting these videos when you're not even sure. That's what's mind-boggling. Why would you do that?
I believe it is prudent if you've got countless testimonies of people saying they got demon possessed from something to warn people about that.
Yeah, again, they use it the wrong way. They use high THC. They use it too much. If it causes you to feel like, you can interpret that as demons, or you can interpret that as psychosis, or you can interpret that as, you know just negative effects, or over anxious, or paranoid, perhaps. Maybe they already had demons, or maybe they were already, I don't know, we don't know this, so we cannot, these are not legitimate or credible testimonies to prove that cannabis has demonic influences, Larry. Again, we can't. I'm not like, you're not gonna get anywhere with that. So just move on from that.
Well, I can read them if you want.
I don't. Dude, I don't want you to read those testimonies where they abused it, they were addicted to it, they smoked it all day. No, forget that.
It would be good for the listeners to see the warnings about that.
No thanks. Not in my channel. You can do that on your channel, but I just told you that testimony is a false representation of cannabis. Therefore, you don't need to influence people or brainwash them to think like that, or put fear into them when they use it in how God intended, in low to moderate doses. When we eat it, none of those things happen. So forget about that.
Okay, you're saying that your viewers are too simple minded to be able to hear a testimony and take it into the correct context and still make educated choices. So they're so ignorant that if I tell them, if you use it a certain way, it can be dangerous based on these testimonies, that's what they're saying, that they'll
Yeah,
be
it's
so
like
scared irrationally.
it's like you trying to preach the gospel and say that, hey, it's gonna lead to good. You're gonna be more loving, but then this other guy is saying, wait a minute, you got to hear this guy's testimony. Being religious too much, it can lead you to be crazy. Please, it can maybe lose your life and lose your family, lose everything. Be careful of those. Like, and then you're gonna allow him to keep talking about that, like brainwashing cults, these churches are demonic, and like, and you're gonna keep getting into that. Like, you're gonna allow that person to keep talking about that in your church, and say, just say, you're gonna just tell them, all right, please, they're in the wrong church, and they had the bad experience with that leader or that boss, and they control them, and therefore this is not a correct representation of Christianity. So you need to stop that right there, because there's a lot of Christians out there that have love, and that express God, and that they live with the good fruits. They don't, why do you want to keep bringing that up?
Well, the point is
No,
that
no
so that
point.
people
Move
can
on,
have.
move on. I said no, so just move on. Okay, you have any other
You,
arguments?
I'm trying to answer your question. Why would you ask a question and not
Go
let me
ahead, Larry.
answer
I
it?
mean, you're just being very immature and annoying, but go ahead.
The point is that if it's so dangerous you're playing with fire, then people
It's not
should.
dangerous. If they smoke it, if they consume it the right way, it's not dangerous, Larry. Come on. They
You're
did it the
saying
wrong
getting
way.
high is something you approve of.
Getting high is the effects. It's the It's the how it stimulates your mind, how it enhances your body, how it takes away the pain. These are the effects of the high. Like what some people have a misunderstanding of the high because they think it's a drug high. It just makes you feel high. That's not the correct definition, of cannabis. The effects. You can call it effects. You can call it spark, or you can call it mood boosting, or you can call it high, you can call it magic, you can call it whatever, but you don't understand that because you have never tried it. So you wouldn't understand it, Larry. You just have to go by what other people said, and you're choosing the wrong source. The people that had negative experiences, that used it the wrong way, and you keep want to talking about you keep want to talk about that when you don't even have the discernment to know if this is really true. Deep in your heart, you don't know that. I asked you again, do you think cannabis leads to demonic influences? And you didn't answer that. So why don't you answer that now before you move on?
I already told you that
No,
I
no, you didn't.
believe if people are in mass numbers testifying they got demon
No, 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 no,
possessed.
no, 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 no. That's not right. Just because a lot of people say Buddhism is right, you're gonna say that that's the right way? Many people will say, "Oh, in my country, Buddhism is the correct way. We don't eat garlic, we don't eat onion because it leads to sexual arousal. So we avoid these food, and Buddhism is the right way." 100 people will tell you that, and you're saying that that's the right way, and you're gonna believe that. And when other half of the world are saying that Christianity is, you see how silly your argument is, and you want to keep sticking to that.
I don't think I've argued anything silly.
Yes, you are. Move on from that sorcery discussion because you have no proof and you have no understanding. You have no experience of that. So, and I'm telling you that it doesn't lead to that. It doesn't lead to demonic influences. That's totally wrong. Yes, 100% wrong, Larry. I don't know about them smoking all day THC and then maybe it can lead to that. I don't know. But like I said, even in moderate doses, never like that, Larry. So you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't lead to demonic influence. It just makes you be more balanced. It helps your endocannabinoid system. It binds up the receptors. It releases dopamine. It releases, it helps your body beneficial tremendously for for your body. Research already proves that. And so it doesn't lead to demonic influences, Larry. So sorry. You have any other points?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Proverbs 11:14 says, "Where no wise guidance is, the people follow it, but in the multitude of counselors there is safety." So if we go look at a ton of testimonies by people who are professing Christians, and they're saying, "Hey,
Okay,
a
first of all,
multitude of us are
okay,
claiming."
let me ask you, did they use it the right way or the wrong way? Did they smoke it? If they smoked it, please get those out.
Well,
Give
why would
me a
I take it
fair
out?
because like I said, I don't think God intended for us to smoke because smoking is harmful for your body. Why would you want to harm your body, kill your lungs, kill your heart, kill your throat, kill your brain with all this congested, smoke, carcinogens? Like, why would you want to do that and harm yourself? Harm your body and your mind and your spirit. Why would you want to do that when God intended for us to not to do that? And just because they do that, you're gonna believe their testimony and say that cannabis is altogether wrong because some people smoked it high THC too much, and that's what you're trying to get at. And I kept telling you last time, you're going the wrong way. And I know you're trying to justify, oh, why wouldn't we give the warnings out there? Because they used it the wrong way, Larry. They smoked it. They did too much of that. So you need to stop that. It's enough. You're wrong about that. 100%, 1,000% wrong. The high is the THC, how God intended. It heals us. It's medicine. It's beneficial. If you do it too much, yes, it can be harmful, just like any other food. Like, how many times do I gotta tell you? You're not. Sorry to say, Larry, you're just you have a stubbornness, and you want to teach people all the time, correct people, when you should just be listening sometimes, and just try to be a student, and not be a teacher of everything. Like, that's your flaw right there. You're not trying to teach people about the negative side of cannabis, how it leads to demonic influences, when you have no experience and no knowledge. You're just believing other people. That's silly. That's not the right. What if you're wrong about that? Like, that would be very dangerous, right? You're trying to influence them. Oh, you admitted that cannabis or THC is generalized. Like, you're saying generally it's wrong, which you're wrong again. And you're saying that it leads to demonic influences. You're wrong again. So why don't we just stop right there and end the conversation? Because, man, you are just all over the place. You're just not sound.
So you're saying
Your
all those people
argument.
are lying?
So you're saying that other people that have positive benefits that don't get demonic influences are lying too? Who are
That's
you
not
gonna
what I asked
believe?
you.
No,
Like,
who are you gonna believe? There's a lot of people that says that it's helping them. Are you saying that they're lying?
well, first answer my question. Are you saying everyone that got demon possessed from it is lying?
I don't know their experiences. I don't know what kind of
They
things they took.
testified to it.
They testified, but I don't believe everybody's testimony, because some people might say, Buddhism is real. I'm not gonna believe them. I have to have discernment. I have to be an expert. How would I know which Rolex watch is real
Well,
if I
these are
haven't never
professing
studied it?
Christians, though.
Well, some Christians, you think all Christians are telling the truth about everything?
I think that they
Thank you.
tell.
Thank you. No. You think all Christians have they think they can feel so right, but they can be so wrong. Like you said that some doctrines and the truth, you felt so right about that and you were led to believe it, but then all of a sudden you had this new light and you were totally wrong about that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so you can be wrong about this and they could be wrong about that. We don't know. So forget about their testimonies. You have to give me.
that's not prudent.
Well, then why do we only focus on their testimony when they used it the wrong way? They were abusive, Larry. So forget that. God didn't intend them to abuse cannabis like that and smoke it, and take bong rips and wax and vape all day. And that's, even if they do, I know that most people will say that doesn't lead to demonic influences. Even if they do it high doses, I know a lot of people in my experience, my friends and people that I know, nobody will testify that it leads to demonic influences unless there's like, one in a million, or somebody who's like really taken like crazy amount, or I don't even know if that's possible, to be honest. Marijuana is considered safe, uh, in generally, UN, other countries, they won't, like, people will tell you that, like, nobody, like, out of a million people, no one's gonna tell you that it leads to demonic influences. Like, maybe one or two or three, I don't know, 10, but that's like a few. Like, why would you want to just focus on the few? Most people will tell you that it's beneficial.
Every comment I was reading was saying they got demon possessed
No,
from
no.
it.
See again. You cannot rely, and say that God's creation is bad because YouTube comments. You read YouTube comments. How silly that is. You're gonna base your opinion about cannabis, what God created, and it's helping so many people, based on YouTube comments. 25 YouTube comments that you read in a row. Please get out of here with that. You got any other arguments?
You said that my claim at the end of the day is that God's creation is bad. I don't
What?
claim that. I don't. I've never
No,
claimed that.
I'm saying that you're putting a bad mouth to cannabis when God created it for a purpose. Clearly, it's beneficial for humans, and you're trying to say that, because of these testimonies and YouTube comments, you're saying that cannabis is bad and it leads to demonic influences, and people should not consume cannabis because of that.
It's not what I said.
That's basically your point, Larry. Come on.
It's not basically my point.
What your basic point is that it leads to demonic influences, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying getting high from it
What
leads
is
to
the high, Larry? What is
demonic
the high? What does high
influences.
mean? Define high.
That's your job.
I just told you,
You
but you don't
never say the
understand
right
it.
way, and you
I
never
told you
define
it's
it. You just
I
say, I'm all for getting high on it.
no, I said no, I didn't. I said it's the effects. It enhances your mind. It gives you more focus. It gives you homeostasis, which means more balance. It binds up your receptor, your CB1 receptor in your mind, CB2 receptor in your body. You have an endocannabinoid system where it's endogenous, where it you inwardly produce these chemicals inside your brain and your mind and your body. But cannabis, it helps you to bind these receptors, therefore gives you homeostasis, more balance. That's the effect. That's the high. It's balance, and it's the mood enhancing, the elevating of more focus, more like I keep telling. How many times do I keep telling you that the high is just the effects, Larry? You think some high is like some like demonic like drunkenness. It's not. Drunkenness and high, the effects of the cannabis food is different.
At what point does a quote unquote good high become bad high, dangerous high?
You already asked me that last time. I said if you overdose, do too much.
What's too much? And
I
how
told
can
you.
someone know that before experimenting?
Because like I said, we have a lot of studies, and the doctors study this, and they recommend a certain dose, which is like 5 milligrams or 10. And we know that a low dose like that, since they studied it, they know. But you don't know this, right, Larry?
I don't know.
Because that's what I'm saying, that you got to consult a doctor if you want to consume cannabis. You should talk to a professional, and then then you'll know, and then you experiment with it depending on your weight, and then you take 5 milligrams, and then if you can't feel anything, because most people when they take even CBD, they don't feel anything. They feel fine. They feel normal. They feel like themselves. So I'm saying even the THC at low doses, they might not feel tremendously like high. They might not feel the effects that much. They might not even notice that that spark is there, but it is, and it is helping them. And if they keep doing it little by little, then maybe in the long run they can maybe it's like muscle training. You might not notice your muscle growing in one day, but over the course of a few weeks you might notice the high. You might notice, oh, it's helping me. Oh, I have more energy. Oh, wow, this is helping me be more focused in class. So there's tremendous benefits like that, Larry.
Can you prove that's not sorcery?
What?
Getting high from marijuana?
Why would I need to prove to you that marijuana is not sorcery when you have to prove to me that it is sorcery? Why would I have to prove to you?
Well, you won't watch any videos that try to make an argument that it's
I
sorcery.
watched
You'll
I watched
stop
two
in
of the
two
other
minutes.
videos. I watched the two of the other videos.
For 2 minutes,
And
you said you didn't
no, no,
finish
no,
it.
no. The first video, 2 minutes. The kid, the 19, whatever that guy, the guy. But then the other two videos, I tell you, man, they are totally wrong and totally biased. Uh, no idea, no knowledge. I mean, this is just a one of the worst testimonies that I've seen. That pastor guy who's talking about marijuana sorcery, man, yeah, he was all over the place, not credible. I watched the whole thing, by the way.
You sounded credible to me.
No, see, you don't have any discernment to know that. You're like a child, and you have no knowledge, and you want to think a certain way. That's why you type marijuana sorcery, because you want to believe that. I don't know why you want to believe that. You've been brainwashed, manipulated to think, influenced to think that, because maybe you have a sister that died from drugs and you want to associate marijuana with drugs. And I think that's wrong, Larry. I think you're putting a bad mouth to cannabis, and you should stop that right there and start promoting these silly videos about cannabis, because you're going to lead people to not use cannabis when God intended for people to use cannabis.
So
Shame on them.
comparing marijuana to drugs is bad.
No, I'm saying you have this preconceived notion about cannabis when you don't have evidence of it, and you just believe because of your bias. Your sister or somebody, you just have a negative view about it when you have no reason to, when you have no facts, you have no evidence.
Every time I get evidence, you say it's wrong.
There's no evidence. What evidence are you talking about? The guy who smoked and abused cannabis when he was 11 years old, he shouldn't been smoking it at that age or in any age when you're harming your body, your brain development. Like, and he had a traumatic experience of cannabis, and you're trying to put that into light and say that nobody should be using cannabis because this little boy who's 11 years old abused cannabis and he got affected by it negatively. Silly.
Okay, well, you tell everyone that is in the audience who could be primarily 11-year-olds watch this channel. We don't know that they should all start getting high on it. How do you know if that's not exactly what they go out and do? The same thing that 11-year-old did. You never even say, well, you should at least be an adult or something. You never even say that.
What are you talking about, man? I just said cannabis God created and we can benefit from it if you need it, and you have a deficit in your body or mind or spirit and you need it, and you should be educated and take it and then try it and then see it for yourself. Like, why would you want to believe people and half of the people are telling you no, half of the people are telling you yes? Like, you got to be a man and step up, and then you got to take it for yourself, because we know that it's not dangerous, it's not a man-made drug, it's what God made. Perhaps you should, before you even talk about it or give your opinion about it or give your teachings about it, you should know about it first, right? Isn't that fair to see? It's like talking about Christianity when you're not even a Christian and you never even experienced God, you never even pray, you never read the Bible, and you're just saying that Jesus is wrong. I mean, come on, man. Have some like decency. Have some, like be genuine. Be real here, man. Like, stop saying these like silly, immature things. Oh, this kid said that he abused it, and he had a bad testimony, and so I'm gonna believe him. You want to believe that? That's what you want to believe. That's what you want to believe, and that's how you feel right now. And you're wrong. You've been wrong before, and you're wrong now, and you're gonna change your mind about it. I hopefully, uh, you know, through more research and experience about this.
I feel that you avoided the last
No,
argument I just presented.
I avoided your speaking because you're going the wrong. You were going side rails. You were going the wrong way, and I kept trying to tell you, okay, let's go this way. You were being so stubborn and wrong. Your reasoning is just so silly. Like, this it leads to demonic influences. Oh yeah, because this kid said, can I read it? And you keep wanting to read sorcery, witchcraft, and you talk about that for like 20 minutes, like repeatedly, like, you know witchcraft, marijuana, weed. Like, you want to keep talking about it and put this negative light influence, and you're trying to scare people, and I don't want you to do that, Larry, because you don't have any knowledge about it, you don't have any firm understanding about this. So why don't you just keep your mouth quiet, okay, and not be wrong about this again, and 2 years later you're gonna feel dumb and I go, oh my god, what did I do? I want to save you
Impossible.
from that. Huh?
Impossible.
Why? You were wrong about many things
Everything I've
before.
said is not even up for debate.
What are you talking about? I said, give me one reason why humans shouldn't consume cannabis. You say that because it's witchcraft, because it's demonic influence, because it causes the high, and you don't even understand the high, because of these testimonies that they have bad experiences. And I kept telling you, gave you many examples why that's not a credible reason, and I demolished them, and you haven't given me one reason still why we shouldn't consume THC or cannabis. You have any other reasons?
You said if the commenters did it the wrong way and got influence from
They sure
demons.
did. They sure did. Uh huh.
Okay, so
Most of these testimonies, they abused it. They were addicted to it, and they smoked it. Too high THC, wrong strain for the wrong purpose. Okay, so that's it.
that's the issue I'm saying. We have to be very careful to warn people not to do that.
Yeah, you can do that in your channel. That's not my focus here, though, Larry. My focus is educating people about the benefit use, how they can use it safely without harming their body, healthily, and in low to moderate doses, and how God intended, how it can heal the mind. I'm not for the body. I'm more for, mental relief, or the mental side I'm like I'm more for the mind, and so I want to help people relieve anxiety. I know people have anxiety, and this is a serious problem, and they can get healed. uh even even they can get healed through just cannabis. They can heal their anxiety, and it's very helpful for them. And so I would condone, like I would say that don't take the medical or over-the-counter drugs. Don't take what man-made. you know Avoid the man-made food, man-made medicine. Stick with the god-made medicine, god-made herbs, god-made food, and it can heal you, it can help you. And so I'm trying to help people and promote the positive use of cannabis. When you're not coming along with that. You feel and you're
That's not
inclined to.
true.
Come on, don't try to confuse me again, Larry. Don't try to trick me and say that, oh, I do believe cannabis can help people, but I just want to share the bad points. No, you want to stop people from taking cannabis altogether.
I never said that.
I think so. I think only for medical use. You think you maybe some people might be sick, so you might be.
I never said that either.
You said you're against THC generally.
Well, now you're talking about THC, but we were just talking about cannabis in general. So now you're being more specific.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. Stop trying to be a smart butt, okay? I'm just saying cannabis, THC, okay?
I'm not trying to be a smart butt.
Yeah, you
What I
are.
said is
You are.
very relevant.
No, I'm saying you're against THC, and God created THC. It's the main component of the cannabis. It's the main flower.
He created
It's the kernel.
THCA, and people are removing the A.
It's not. They're not removing. They're just cooking with it, which God allows for us to cook with.
You said it gets removed when you cook.
When you cook it, you have to preserve it. How you gonna eat fresh cannabis all the time when sometimes you gotta preserve it for a year or two, and if you cook it, it can be preserved longer. So why are you against the cooking food? You're saying that like cooking food is gonna alternate the chemistry and the food, and just because we cook with it, you're saying that we're modifying it and we're making it into a drug. That is so silly, because all you got to do is put some oil and put some cannabis, and then put it in low heat and put some pasta, and you can eat it like that within 20 minutes, and there's no harm in that, Larry.
You said, why am I against cooking food? I never claimed that.
Well,
You're
I'm
making a
saying, but
straw man.
again, with your strongman arguments, like you're so like annoying. Look, all I'm saying is that you're trying to say that we're modifying cannabis because the THCA, when cooked, it causes the high, which you don't know anything about, and because it causes the high, which is beneficial for for a body and mind. You're saying that you're against that because it's helping people with the effects. It's helping people with anxiety, with more focus, with more pain. So you're against that because your definition of high is just some zombie high. And you're not understanding that, Larry.
Well, you don't differentiate between different types of high. Zombie high and now regular high, moderate high. You don't get
Who,
into the
who made up the word high? Forget about that word high. Okay, it's just the effects. If you eat cannabis in low to moderate dose, you cook with it and you eat it, this is how you're gonna feel. After 1 hour or 2 hours, you're gonna feel like whatever strain that is, you're gonna still be you, but it's gonna help you to be more balanced, more more I guess more it's depending on the strain, more focused, more uplifted. If you have pine or limonene terpene in your strains, the sativa strain, I'm talking about sativa here, it's going to give you these positive, like really good effects, like you know you're perfectly fine. You're not you're not drunk. Drunkenness is not stimulating, it's sedative, it's different. Like you cannot compare certain cannabis and say that it's the same thing as being drunken, because cannabis has two strains, and indica and sativa. The sativa is a stimulant, man. You cannot compare a stimulant and categorize that as cannabis and cannabis as being drunk. Like you cannot do that. And so like what are you against the high for, man? You don't even know what that is.
I disagree that you can
Get that
say
through.
I.
Get that through. Get that out of your head. Go ahead, Larry. What?
I disagree that you can say I know nothing, absolutely nothing about
A
weed
little, very
or
little.
about getting high.
You're very little.
When
Sorry about that. I said nothing. Oh, I'm my bad. You know very little about that, Larry. I've been studying about terpenes. I sell essential oil. I studied about cannabis. I'm in the hemp industry in Korea. Legally we can plant hemp for making fibers, and I make socks with it. And I've done countless hours of research. I experiment with it countless hours or countless times, eating it, and I know how beneficial it is. So, like my expertise and my knowledge and my level compared to yours, you're like a baby in this field, and you have no knowledge. And not only that, worst of all, you're so stubborn to see only the negatives and trying to scare
that's
people
not
with it.
true.
Well, you just admitted that you're against THC, and you're saying that THC, you're trying to believe that THC leads to demonic influences, which are totally wrong.
You admitted if they use it in a way
I
that
said I didn't know. I said I've never been there. I said perhaps maybe if they use it, but most of the people, even at high doses, they don't experience what you're saying. So sorry, your argument is crushed.
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
This
crushed.
seems a tremendous number
No,
to
no, no.
testify
That's
that
what you
way.
think. You have no like valid, credible, you know, uh proof. There's no proof. Like you're just talking about some YouTube comments. You have to if you want to give your opinion about this, you should perhaps know more about it yourself instead of listening to other people and being influenced to think that way. And you might be wrong again. Like you always just rely on people without being an expert yourself. So if you want to know it and truly understand it, maybe you should learn about it more and experiment with it, and then you can give your opinion about it. Otherwise, like like just don't have a burden, don't talk about it, because you might give the wrong information that can be dangerous. You can hinder a Christian who might need cannabis. Instead of taking the over the counter Xanax or something like that, he could be taking cannabis, and he can be relieved by that. And you're trying to put a fear into people and saying that, well, let me read about the sorcery testimony. Come on, let me read about that. And you want to put this fear into other people. How dare you? Shame on you for that, Larry. You're manipulative like that. You're trying to
That's
trick
not
people.
true.
Yes, you are. Because
No,
you
it's
have,
not.
I already asked you, you're against THC and you think that it leads to demonic influences, when I'm telling you it's not. And I'm telling you, even at low doses is not, moderate doses is not, high doses is not even that's true. Maybe
That's
even
not what they're
extra high.
saying.
That, see again, who are you believe? So don't bring that up. Otherwise, don't talk about it. It's not what they're saying. It's like forget what the other people are saying. There's a lot of millions of people that tells you the positive benefits of it. So stop being ignorant. Stop being deceived. That's
You said
basically what
you
you are.
said
You're
that you didn't.
deceived. You're deceived and you're ignorant. Period.
You said you didn't use it in the wrong way, so you don't know much about that. You admitted that.
What are you talking about?
You said you never abused
I never
marijuana.
said that. When did I say that?
You just said that these people did it in the wrong way. You experimented extensively using it the right way,
No,
and
I
so
didn't.
you don't know how much demons
No,
might
I
be
didn't.
involved.
No, I didn't. You
That's
can
what I
rewind this
heard.
tape. No, you're wrong again. Rewind this tape. I'm not going to get into that. I just told you. You can rewind the tape. I never said that. Okay. Simple, right, Larry? You're smart enough to understand. You know that you're being crushed. You have no argument. You know that you're being defeated right now. You're going against God's creation, Larry. Think about that.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. You're going against cannabis, which is THC, and if you cook it, you're going against that. That's what you're doing. You're against THC. You
Well,
admitted
you
that.
yourself would admit that if somebody cooked it and then got overly high on it, you're against that.
They already have a lot of videos. Like doctors will tell you, there's laws where you cannot put more than 10 milligrams in a gummy. They used to put like 100 milligrams, and they have no limit regulations. Now we're being educated now, Larry. There's a lot of information out there about the negative side of eating edibles, too much of it. We know this already, Larry. There's a lot of information out there. Why this is 2023, man. We gotta put some positive light into this and teach people how to use it the right way, which is to eat with it, cook with it, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Like you preaching the gospel, you don't need to focus on the negative. You just focus on, hey, turn to God, be in your spirit, express God, be in the light. This is beneficial. Pray. If you pray, it's gonna help you, right? I don't want to focus on the negative. Like Doug Perry always focus on the negative. Like he has to cry, like, oh man, what's wrong with the world? Like, why is this happening? No, appreciate what God has given you. Enjoy your life with your family. Enjoy the beauty. Enjoy the food. Enjoy spending time with God. Be positive. Like think about the positive thing. Why do you want to dwell and focus on the negative, dark side of the world is satanic? Come on, guys. God is like. Why do we focus on that? That's not my burden here, Larry. That's not my burden in this channel. And you keep doing that when I told you stop it. Like that's not the intention here. And you keep bringing that up. That shows you that you're being stubborn and that you're not willing to, you know, follow my way in this in my channel, for my audience to see. You don't need to keep reading off these sorcery books and saying that this is it leads to sorcery and that these testimonies can be helpful for other people. And when you're trying to deceive them and say that you believe in your heart
I'm
that
not
you're
trying to
not,
deceive
you
someone.
believe in your heart that it leads to demonic influences. You admitted that. So you're wrong about that, okay? You're wrong about THC. You're wrong about demonic influences. If you get high,
So you're
it
saying they're
doesn't
all
mean.
lying.
No, I say that those credible those testimonies are not really credible. We cannot really for sure to know. We're not 100% sure on that. So if it's not 100% sure and they used it the wrong way, we can't account for that. So unless you bring up another fact or a research study, then I would say that, okay, that's a valid reason.
How
Okay, I'll
many
be fair.
how many thousands of testimonies from Christians who said they got demon possessed from it before you would say, okay, I would take that seriously?
Okay, how many people that tell you that in a church that they had they had suicidal thoughts because of these cults? They got into the wrong denomination, and they had terrible experiences. They couldn't sleep. How many people will tell you that? And you're gonna believe that because 1,000 people said that about the church? Answer that, bro. What you thinking about? That's your argument right there. Because 1,000 people said this church that I've been involved with brainwashed me to think that I can sin all day and just be forgiven and go to heaven. So I was tricked into fornication, into being stubborn, being selfish, being prideful, and I could never overcome my pride. I can never overcome my stubbornness, so I'm not going to try. And so he's been deceived, and not only that, he sold everything and gave it to the pastor. So he gave all his money. He lost his family because he got into a fight. His parents would tell him, "Please don't go to that church," but he kept insisting. And because of those testimonies, you're saying that we shouldn't be involved with the church. You're saying that because of these testimonies of people that consume cannabis and that led them to seeing demons, that we shouldn't use cannabis, even though God made it, even though God made the church. God wants us to know Him, the spirituality, the religious side. He wants us to connect with God, meditate. You're saying that just because some people have negative influence or negative experience with meditation, like even that guy, Saving Souls, Thomas, he said he can't even meditate for 5 minutes because he might see demons. So you're saying that because he had a bad experience with demons because he meditated, and now he can't we shouldn't meditate because his bad experience. Is that what you're saying? Some people can't even pray. They're afraid to close their eyes because they think that they're going to enter the spiritual realm, which is true. Because if you pray to god if you pray to God in the spirit, yeah, you can contact God. Perhaps there's a way to contact demons. I don't know that, but I never experienced that. But your argument about 100 Christians testifying that they saw demons, it doesn't make it any more right than me saying that there's 100 Christians that went to the wrong cult church and they got deceived. And just because they got deceived, you're saying that we shouldn't go to church altogether.
No, I'd say you shouldn't go to that church. If
Yeah,
tons of
yeah,
people are coming out of
exactly.
it, you
Exactly.
wouldn't go to that
Yeah, we
church.
shouldn't
I would take it
smoke.
seriously.
Yeah, we shouldn't smoke and then consume high THC. I already said that many times. That's what I warn people about. I've been saying that all along. Don't smoke it, eat it, and eat it in low to moderate dose, and it can help you. Why do you need to focus on the cults and say, oh, but then the cult, but don't you have to believe? Your arguments are silly. Think of another argument, Larry.
Well, I just proved
No,
by
you
the
didn't prove
consistency
anything.
I'm
No, no, no. You
showing.
listen to this video again, you're gonna feel like, oh man, he's making a lot of sense right now.
You said that
No, no, you're
people.
saying that you're saying that because of these testimonies again of Christians, so-called Christians, that you don't even know their personal life. You just have to, you don't even know them, and you're saying that just because you listen to them and they said that it leads to demonic influences, you are inclined to believe that and say that that is true for everyone who consumes cannabis, even at the right dose, the right method. You're saying, and most of them are doing it the wrong way. So I'm saying that that has to be thrown out, Larry.
No, that's something that should be emphasized.
No, it should. Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, you shouldn't, consume cannabis like that. You shouldn't abuse it. You shouldn't depend on it. You shouldn't smoke it. I'm saying that. I already said that in the first video, and I think that people can have the discernment and the mind to understand what I'm trying to say. Is
Okay,
that,
then
hey,
why would it be dangerous for me to talk about it if they have good discernment?
so, but you believe that THC is not good, and you believe that THC it can lead to demonic
You said they
influences.
have so much discernment,
No, 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 no. You
such a
said
great
that. No, no,
mind.
no. You said that. You said that because the only reason is because you believe other people, and that's what you're saying. But I'm saying you shouldn't say that because that's wrong.
If I see a lot of people who are professing Christians that say the same thing,
Saying you're making the
I
same
give that a
argument,
lot of
Larry.
weight. I give it weight.
Okay, you're making the same arguments again. You're being redundant. You're being repetitive. Okay, stop that. I already crushed that argument. Bring up another argument.
Okay,
Okay.
so you said, would it be dangerous if I'm wrong on this? I say absolutely not, because even if people, quote unquote, doing it the wrong way and getting demon possessed because of doing it the wrong way, even if they were all lying, it still would warn people not to do it the wrong way, so it wouldn't be dangerous. That
You're
would
not
just
even
be a
trying to
good.
warn. You're trying to put like you're trying to be an advocate here that you're saying don't use cannabis because it leads to demonic
I
influences.
never said that.
That's what it sounds to me. That's what it sounds to me, and that's the honest truth. That's where you're trying to get at. You're
No,
not
you're
just trying to
always
warn people. You're
you're
not
always
just
putting
trying to
words in
warn
my mouth.
people. No, you're not just trying to warn people about the dangerous side effects or the dangerous use or misuse of cannabis. That's not even your job. First of all, like like
I
who are
disagree.
you? Who are you to even do that? Like you have no, you're trying to believe that it leads to sorcery, demonic influences, when you don't even know. All the only thing you have is the testimonies of other people, and sometimes these testimonies can be wrong, and you don't have any discernment to know if it's right or wrong. You're just guessing right now. So isn't that dangerous to guess and to blindly say something so strong that it leads to demonic influences when you have no proof of that? The only proof you have is other people telling you that, when half of the people are telling you they're benefiting from it and half of the telling you
I
that they
didn't
have
see the
experienced
half. I didn't see the half of benefit. I
whatever.
just
That's
saw
what I'm
all
saying.
negative.
You want to see only negative. That's why.
That's
That's what
not
I'm saying.
true.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
true.
Well, forget the. Okay, like, what? You have any other thing to say, man? Because I already know who you are. I know how you're coming, and I have the discernment to know your intentions. And to be honest, I'm very displeased about that. I was hoping that we can have more, positive fellowship and encourage one another in love. But then, if you go against God's creation and being ignorant and deceived and trying to keep emphasizing silly arguments, and you're not even smart about this, Larry. You sound like really ignorant, and you keep wanting to talk about this more. I'm gonna have to say no more, no more, because this is not really productive. I don't want to argue against you, and you're being so stubborn that you don't want to stop. Like, I'm asking you, do you have any other points? Like, stop talking about
We're
the same
really
thing.
we're really not having a very productive conversation because you just keep repeating yourself and taking over. You don't let me speak.
Is that what you think? This whole conversation has been civil. I admit last video, yeah, I had to cut you off a lot, but this video, I intentionally came to allow you to speak, but I want to speak clearly
You
and simple.
failed.
How did I fail?
You've been interrupting me the whole time.
No, I didn't. Whole time. Are you saying the whole time? Again, I'm gonna be like you, Larry. The whole time. Are you sure about that? The whole time?
Yes, yes, you've
No, no,
interrupted
no,
me almost every single
no,
time I
no,
spoke.
no.
You're
Not
doing it
every.
right now.
You're doing that to me.
I let you speak and I waited my turn.
You're being babyish. Like, you're being childish right now, bringing up a little points like this when our main point is about cannabis. If humans should consume cannabis, and you have not given me any credible reasons why we shouldn't. So the fact is, sorry, Larry, you should everybody should consume cannabis if they need it in their body, mind, and spirit. And if you're not a 10, if you're lacking something, and obviously, Larry, you're not a 10, you know that. You can fool yourself to think that you're a perfect guy, but already the way you eat, the way you live, I already know you're not a perfect 10 in your body. So you can even think that you're a perfect 10 in your spirit, but you're in your mind too much. You think too much. You're in your mind studying all day. You're not really spending time with God a lot. That's what it feels like to me.
I
And
disagree that studying the
wait,
Bible
so
is
you're
not
saying
spending
you're a
time with
10,
God.
huh? You're like a perfect 10, right, Larry? Come on, Larry.
It's not what I said. I
Yeah,
said I disagree that studying the Bible is not spending time with God as you
I
suppose.
said half. I said you should. God gave us a mind to study, but I'm saying you already admitted that that's the tendency that you have too. Is that you being in your mind too much, studying too much, when you should be in your spirit more, and
You can
spending
be
time
in the
with
Spirit while reading the Bible and studying.
God. I agree with that, but a lot of people are mostly in their mind a lot, and I'm saying, like, that's not even the point here. But I'm saying you're not perfect, Larry.
Really, what I was referring to more so is tapping into my emotional side more through like worship music more. I could do that a little more. But even with that, in seasons, you can do a little more study, and then other seasons, maybe a little more on the worship side.
You're not perfect in your body, Larry. I know what kind of food. You love food. You eat food. You know that you shouldn't eat certain food because it's man-made, modified, and yet you're a hypocrite because you eat that kind of food.
I'm not.
Yes, you do.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Yes, because you're saying that we shouldn't modify food, and we shouldn't eat food that makes gives you some effects, which is the high. And yet, I don't think you're perfect. You eat fried food sometimes. You eat junk food. You eat fast food. You eat sometimes once in a while Mountain Dew, a ton of Mountain Dew. Like, from what I hear, you're not perfected in that. I'm trying to be perfected in my body like that. Have a higher standard, like have more knowledge about food, and be careful of what kind of food you're consuming.
That's
But
what I do.
you're not in that level yet, Larry.
Yeah, I am.
You are you sure about that? You eat fast food?
I I eat
Yes
fast
or
food
no? Yes
only
or
in
no?
extremely rare
Okay, so you
circumstances.
do. You drink soda?
Only in extremely rare
Okay, okay,
circumstances.
okay. Do you eat too much meat sometimes? You feel like you eat too much meat?
No,
You don't eat too much meat?
no.
So you're saying that you eat a lot of vegetables, and you don't eat fried food, you don't eat like certain food that like man-made food, when you can be eating raw food and you can be eating healthier. You're saying that you're a perfect 10 out of that. You just admit, as far as your food intake, like, you wouldn't consider yourself a 10 because you eat certain food that's not really good. Like, you admitted, in a Chinese buffet you might eat one fried food, Why would you only eat one fried food if it's bad for you? Like, why would you have no self-control to do that? I'm not trying to like judge you, but I'm saying like don't call yourself a 10 if you're not a 10.
No, I think you can be a 10 and have still some sugar and some fried food on in rare occasion.
Rare occasion, but I'm saying like, isn't that dangerous for somebody who has an addictive personality or addictive, a person who eats a sugary food or McDonald's, and sometimes that's all they eat for the rest of the week. Sometimes people eat like that. It can be dangerous. But you're saying that you have full control of that, huh? Not even a 9 out of 10, but you're a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I'm a 10 out of 10. Yeah,
Yeah, you think so, but I know you're not.
I disagree.
Your weight is not even at a perfect optimal weight. You said that you're 6'3" and you're 200 and something pounds. That means you're pretty heavy, Larry.
Actually, that's
You-
not true.
Why not? What's the optimal weight for somebody who's 6'3"? Like I'm 6 foot, but I'm only 160 pounds. Like you're like almost 70 pounds heavier than me when you're only 3 inches taller.
I have okay.
You love food. Just
Wait, wait.
admit
Well,
that.
no, I want to answer that. Okay, I did some research, and the BMI for weight to height ratio is more accurate for shorter people. As you get taller, the accuracy of it is very much diminished. Also, that test does not take into account bone density, extremely long arms. I have like a 7 foot wingspan. Also, I have a very large head. My head's like 20% bigger than most people. I had to get a special football helmet. So, if you have like big feet, big hands, super long arms, a big head, these things adds up. That could be like an extra 20 pounds right there. Just big bone. I have very broad shoulders. A lot of guys don't have broad shoulders. I have very broad shoulders.
Do you
So
fast
these
from
things
food?
make me heavier.
Do you fast from food for more than like 2 days? When was the last time you fasted like that? Never?
No, I have.
Like 3, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Like not often? You
Um,
don't ever fast from food?
I only do it when I feel led spiritually for certain specific
Right,
purposes.
right, right, right. And you're led to intermittent fast by God. Just eat once a day, but splurge and just eat as much as you can. Is that how you want to?
No, I don't splurge. I eat a healthy amount
No,
according
I'm
to my
saying
caloric needs.
I'm saying like you said that instead of eating 2 meals, you want to eat one meal so you can eat more and be satisfied.
So I can feel full, but I don't overeat. It's the proper
Okay, okay.
amount.
I'm just saying that. So you don't fast, huh?
I do fast.
Like I'm talking about like not intermittent fasting,
I
like
do
fasting
intermittent
only
and
one.
I do the spiritual
When was the
fasting
last time? When was the last time you did the spiritual fast?
probably 2 years ago.
Okay, all right. And so you're saying that most of the food you eat is home cooked food,
Yeah.
and then sometimes you drink soda.
I don't drink any soda at home, but if we're
I know, okay, just sometimes you drink soda, right?
rarely
Okay, so sometimes you do, yes or
and
no?
even then it's usually because I feel rushed
So
and I don't
what is the worst thing that you eat these days? Like something that you shouldn't consume.
I
You
don't
gotta
eat
be
anything I
careful.
know I shouldn't eat. I only eat what I eat by faith.
You eat like Doritos?
On rare occasion I have
So you
maybe
do. So
some.
you do drink soda, you do drink fast food, you eat fast food, and you know that these foods are not good for you.
No, it's
Would
not
you admit
true.
that?
If
You
you
saying that MSG is something synthetic like that, man-made, something that leads you experience eating these things and you felt like not healthy. You didn't want to, maybe some people eat these things too much and they don't want to evangelize. They don't want to go out to the church. They don't want to. They feel more like bodily. They in their body they feel a little bit less energized because they eat certain food. And you're saying that you're not against MSG. It's
I don't
man-made.
know a lot about MSG.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I respect that. But MSG is synthetic. It is, trying to replace that umami flavor, like that umami taste. We have five taste buds. sour, salty. We have bitterness. We have that that umami flavor, that umami taste, and that's what the MSG is trying to do. Is if you eat too much of that, it's gonna numb your tongue. It's gonna do this. It's gonna give you the side effects. And studies already prove that MSG is not really healthy for you. And if you know that, and you eat Chinese food and you eat Doritos and you eat like a lot of chocolates and like man-made candies and things like that, you do you ever eat man-made candies and things?
A very rare occasion.
So you eat most of these foods, and and you know that certain food has like. Do you read the labels, and do you know what you're eating actually, or you don't know? Like MSG, you say you don't know. So do you study on these food, or you just eat whatever like people normally eat?
I eat home cooked healthy meals 99.9% of my intake.
Are you sure 99% of the food you eat is at home? Are you 100% sure on that? Or can it be 97% or 90%? See, you make these statements, you're saying you're perfect, but I don't believe you. You're saying that 99.9% of the time you eat home cooked meals.
That's
That
my
means
opinion. I
that's
haven't
your
done like a
opinion.
study with the calculator,
No,
but
I
by
think your
volume, yeah,
sister.
I would
I
say
think your sister will laugh at you right now and say, "No, Larry, come on, please, like
I
be
don't think
real."
so. My sister's dead. My wife wouldn't laugh at me that she knows the truth.
Maybe. So you're saying that 99.9% of the time you eat home cooked food, and I just asked you five questions. You drink soda, you eat fast food, you eat Chinese, you eat MSG, you eat Doritos, and you eat candy, and you know that certain food is not really good for
Maybe,
you. It's
maybe
man
like
made. It's man
one,
modified.
maybe once every 2 years, I have
It
Chinese
doesn't
food.
matter. It doesn't matter. Like I'm saying, you do that, and then that means that even today, in a certain situation, you can possibly drink or eat that food right now. That's what, and you haven't fasted for even 2 years. Like why not fast more, Larry? You love food too much that you can't like control that. You have to eat every day, no matter what.
No, I could fast way more often. I just have not felt any type of big burden that I want to
Right,
fast
right,
about.
right. And
And and fasting, I believe, is a mechanism by which you can learn to subjugate the body's desires by your spirit. And I have been, I've reached mastery in that. So maybe fasting would just be if I really have a deep prayer request, or I'm trying to get somebody deliverance or something, like some type of corporate need or something for the church. Maybe then I would, but not. I don't need it for personal edification right now. I'm not struggling with any type of addictions or temptations or anything.
yeah. So pretty much what I'm saying is that, you're you're healthy, Larry. I respect that. A man who can take care of his health. I look up to that. But I admit that sometimes I eat hamburger, right? And I know that a hamburger is fatty and has a lot of the bread has a lot of sugar and things. I understand that, but I wish and I hope and I pray that one day I can never eat anything that's little bit, not even like even a little bit harmful. If I know it's man-made and they put certain ingredients like MSG and chemicals, preservatives, and I know that my body doesn't like that, and I know that it's not good for me, then one day I want to be a perfect 10. But I admit that I'm not a perfect 10, but you can't admit that, huh? You're
I
saying
don't
that you're
have that.
perfect.
I don't have that goal. I don't have that belief either.
What belief?
That you'd be better off to never ever eat any fast food or sugar or something. I don't think that's the right approach for me.
All right, that's fair. I mean, I think that it leads to addiction, man. Like food leads to addiction, and once you start consuming ice cream and all these things, it takes you away from God-made food. And I see a lot of kids after lunch, from school, they come home and the snack they eat is ice cream or man-made food. And if they eat that, then they're not eating their grapes, and they're not eating. A lot of kids have problems, eating the right food because they don't have control. They love the taste of man-made sugary things. So this is a big problem, and I see a lot of people kind of light on that. They're like, "Oh, this is only an ice cream," but that kid might, think about that ice cream and wanting to only eat that ice cream. And so you see how food, it leads to obesity, it leads to a lot of problems in the world. If you don't eat certain food, you lack the nutrients for your brain, and therefore it causes ADHD, it causes anxiety, it causes a lot of problems for you. And we should be serious about what kind of food we eat as a perfect Christian. A perfect Christian wouldn't partake in that, and wouldn't eat MSG if they knew that it was bad for them, and they would be
I don't
educated.
agree.
It's man-made synthetic. You don't even know about MSG. How can you not agree? You just admitted that you don't know about MSG. So why would you? Why would you not agree about that?
Well, if you look at almost any food you could buy, like there's all this ingredients that you wouldn't even know what that is. It's just like made up long scientific names in stuff, and
So what?
we can't control the means of manufacture of everything we eat,
Yes, you
and
can.
still
Some people control what they don't eat man-made because they think that the world, their motivation is to make money, and say they would use all these bad ingredients. Instead of using honey, they might use more refined sugar. They might use like certain chemicals, like they put high amount of sugar, like in a soda. You know how much sugar they put, and you would agree to drink that man-made Coke, like even Coca-Cola, they put cocaine, basically Coke, and they put a lot of sugar. These companies are evil, and you would agree. And you're not careful. You
they
wouldn't be
stopped
careful
doing
enough.
that like 100 years ago.
Okay, forget about the cocoa, but then they put a lot of sugar and all these added chemicals and things, right? Right. So you wouldn't be smart enough or wise enough to understand that if you eat that, it might make you less productive, take away your energy, uh, give you acne, or make you bloated, or there's a lot of side effects that comes with these food, and but you're not really strict about that yet. You don't want
Like
to.
I said, 99.9% of everything I eat is homemade, home cooked stuff. So I obviously am very strict about it.
Yeah, I really don't believe 99% of the food you eat. So you don't eat out at somebody's house, like nobody invites you to like a restaurant. You don't go to a restaurant. Because what your statement about that, like you being perfect, 10 out of 10, 99.9% of the time you eat at home, I think that's like not really possible. So you're saying that nobody invites you to their house and you eat their food, or you go to a restaurant, or you go to the convenience store or the market to buy certain food, and I don't know. I just don't think. I think like even to say that you're a 10 out of 10 is kind of a little bit like prideful, man. Like, to be honest, I don't think you're a perfect 10 out of 10 in your
I already
stuff
told you
you eat.
this is relative because I explained the last time that I'm not comparing myself to Olympic athletes with personal chefs or billionaires or something like that. Within my means, with what options I have available locally, within my budget, within my knowledge frame, that's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
And my
again, you're biased and your belief,
I
right?
don't think I don't think that's biased.
But you
I have a
admitted
standard.
you admitted that you drink tons of Mountain Dew for energy. So you use the Mountain Dew, what man made, put a lot of sugar, a lot of caffeine, and you admitted that you drink that for energy and you use that, right?
I did that like 5 years ago, like maybe
So after
two
5
times a
years,
year. Two
oh, so
times a
after,
year.
okay, so it doesn't matter. So you're saying that after like 5 years ago you drank the, but so you're saying that the last year you didn't drink any soda?
No, I'm
No,
saying
you did. So you do drink soda once in a while. It's not like
But
You
not
never.
what you said. The Mountain Dew was for driving safety on emergencies when I needed to stay awake.
Yeah, again, you use the man-made soda, which soda is so bad for people. People know this, and you use that for your energy so you can drive more, and you're justifying that that's okay, and you're against cannabis because it can give you the same amount or more better cleaner energy. If you take the sativa, you eat only a little dose, maybe give you better energy what God made, and yet you're taking what man made soda and you're using that as a stimulant and an energy booster.
I think that's correct in the circumstances that you should do it. So the difference would be if I have a 12-hour drive home, at 9 hours I start getting groggy. I don't feel as safe. I could stay at a hotel, but if my wife has work the next day, she would be late for work or whatever.
Couldn't you
So if
just
I
pray longer and then the spiritually you can? Why do you need the substance? Like, why do you need the sugar?
5 years ago I wasn't an overcoming saint. 5 years ago I was still backslidden. I had a lot of demonic oppression. So I would not have sought supernatural awakeness or something like that at that point in my life.
So you're saying
Potentially I
that
could.
now you quit soda, you don't drink soda at all.
I have not needed to use it for driving to stay awake.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you don't drink soda at all now because now you know that it's bad. So 5 years ago you were still weak, but now that you're grown and you know the downside of sodas and how it's basically causing a lot of harm in our society, you're not for that, and so you don't drink soda anymore, or you still drink soda once in a while.
I would say by volume maybe 1% of my
Okay,
total
so you
intake is
do.
soda.
Yeah,
And
you
I
so
don't
you do
think
take
that's bad for you
you
because
don't think drinking soda.
the body can handle filtering and eliminating a certain amount without any tax on the system, without any wear and tear. The body's designed to filter out what you breathe, what you drink, what you eat. If you're having so much negative or toxic stuff coming in, eventually that could start to really cause damage to your organs. But in a, beneath a certain level, the organs are designed to handle a certain amount of just um, less than perfect substances entering.
Right, right. So same thing with cannabis then, bro. Is this is not man-made, this is God-made. And if we use it in low to moderate doses and after you are healed from it, don't take it for another month, another 2 months. But if you need it, then you might take it again. Like that's not gonna really do much for it. It's not gonna affect you negatively like that, what you're saying. It's the same reason cannabis can be consumed like that as medicine. You can use it as medicine. If you have pain in your knees and you want to rub that, CBD with the THC together because it's the entourage effect. If you study it, the biggest deception is that only CBD takes away. I don't believe that. I think it's the whole plant. It's the synergistic entourage effect. You need the THC too, and so if you need it, you rub it, and that's it.
Well, in this application with that example, rubbing the oil on your knee, if you did the THCA non cooked, would it have the same effect or would it be a better effect if you cooked it first?
Um, well, like I said, the THCA has certain benefits. You would have to research as far as pain, like if it's helpful for that. Like I don't know, we're still learning about the cannabinoids. This is like recent. People believe that the terpenes is not only responsible for the smell, but is also responsible for the effects and like certain percentage together with the cannabinoids, it creates another effect. So I'm not sure about that 100%, but you can research to see if fresh cannabis oil without cooking it uh, can have benefits. But I believe that, yeah, don't cook it sometimes, eat it fresh. That's good, man. Like it's good for you. You won't even feel anything, but it's gonna give you probably certain benefits for your mind, for your body, for your spirit, if you don't even cook with it. But like I said, I'm not against cooking it either, and you shouldn't be either because what's wrong with cooking it? Like, if it's gonna make you feel better, like more. more stronger effects, and the effects are good, and it keeps you balanced, and it makes you feel better. Like, why wouldn't you want to cook it? There's no other reasons. There's no reasons. And your reason of, oh, but it's alternating the THCA, and now it's causing the high, and the high is just the effects, and you're against that because possibly in high doses it can cause demons to come in, which is, like I said, you're going too far with that. Just stick with the if you're
I
so
don't think
worried
that's
about
too
that.
far.
It is too far because
People
look,
are all saying that
all saying that is that I'm gonna be like you a little. No, everybody's saying that.
in these comment sections.
No,
Yeah,
again, wrong.
I can prove it, but you won't let me read them.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to get into that silly, like, I don't want to go that way. Silly. It's gonna waste another 30 minutes trying to prove nothing. They're all saying that, right, Larry? Everyone's saying that.
In
Come
these
on.
comment sections on these types of videos, they
These
are.
YouTube comment sections, you're gonna really put a lot of weight in that. Like, you're gonna really
Yeah, and
believe.
here's why. Here's why.
No.
Besides the other verse, I'll give you another one. Revelation 12:11.
What verse? You didn't give me any verse to prove anything. So stop pretending that
Yeah, I
you're
did.
giving me these.
In Proverbs, it said, by the multitude of multiple counselors, there's wisdom, there's safety there.
Yeah, and I
So
gave you an example of Buddhism and Christianity cults. Like, you don't, like, what? So what? There's
you
a lot
gave
of
me the
people saying,
example, a lot of people coming out of a false church, and I said, yeah, I would take wisdom. I would be listening to that too.
yeah, but then they're gonna say don't go to church because it's wrong.
No, no,
Some people
they're
might
saying
say
don't go
that.
to this church.
No. Some people might say religion is wrong. I've been there. I tried all this religion, but it's wrong. So don't go there. And you're gonna believe that?
If they said that all of Christianity is wrong because they went to a bad church, I wouldn't take their testimony about that church as seriously because they're obviously
Yeah.
someone
And
that has
what are
departed
these
from the faith.
testimonies of? And what are these testimonies of cannabis? Most of them are saying that I abused it, I use it too much, and I don't think that people should use it. That's what they're basically saying. They're not saying anything about THCA. They're not saying anything about CBD. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, okay, if you don't want to be high, but they're putting bad mouths on cannabis as and generally, and they're saying don't use cannabis because this is demon weed.
Well, I
That's
don't
what
know if they're all
basically
saying that.
that's what they're saying. They're saying don't consume cannabis
You didn't
whatsoever.
even
Don't
read
worry.
what they wrote. You're just making that
I
up.
read. I listened to the whole video, the two of the whole video.
I'm talking
I
about the comments more so right now.
dude, the comments, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna find like supporters of any video you make. If you talk about Trump, they're gonna say, oh yeah, Trump is good. Trump is good. They're gonna support Trump, but people that don't support Trump, like, they're gonna read that comment and say, "Oh yeah, because they said so, I'm gonna listen to them." It's gonna be half of the people love you, half of the people are gonna hate you, and half of the people are gonna give their opinion about that, and half of the people are not. So you're saying that because you read 25 comments from YouTube, most of them were negative. So you're gonna say that that's the that's the answer, that's the correct view.
Well, in the political type example, there could be whole ideologies and thought systems involved, and so it's more nuanced. But this is just, were you demon possessed from it or not? And so that's just
Yeah,
personal.
and I'm
Yeah, I
telling
got
you it's
demon
not.
possessed from
I'm
it.
telling you it's not, and that's the end of the discussion because,
You're saying
like I
they're all
said,
lying.
so you're saying that if you consume cannabis, it's going to lead to demonic influences. Period. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the
No.
evidence points
I'm
to.
asking. Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you. You're inferring that just because they said that, it's true. Is that what you're saying? 100%. That's true.
There's
I don't know if they're like. I don't know.
more
I'm
than
saying
likely.
no. You're not. You're not. You're not answering my question. You're saying that their testimony is true because they said so. 100%. Is that what you're saying? So
That's
I
not
cannot tell
how.
you. I cannot tell you if they're lying 100%. I don't know. I don't. I can't judge that. Like, but most of the people, general, like if you look at most of the world research, They're not going to tell you that. There's no research telling you that it's going to lead to sorcery or demonic influences or witchcraft. If we look at it as a whole, all the research that nobody's going to test, millions of people are not going to say that. You're just taking only a few people that wants to believe that and looked up, the negative side of cannabis, and they had a bad experience with this, so they're supporting that. And you're so foolish to think you have no discernment, and you're believing that, and you want to make an argument about that, which is silly. And you want to get into their testimony. You want to get deep into that when you're going sidetrack. You're like, that's not even the main point.
Well,
That's an outlier.
now
That's
consider
that's not valid.
Revelation 12:11 says, "They have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony." So when people give a
Oh, I'm saying
testimony,
some people's testimony. I'm saying like a lot of people's testimony in the world, like the majority says that it's beneficial, and yet you have like 2% of the people that says that it's demonic. So like, who are you gonna believe? And you're so inclined to believe the 2%. That's what I'm saying. That's like that's so foolish. Most people are telling you it's beneficial, bro.
that's not been
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah. But
experience.
you can't answer that because you want to focus on the negative and focus on these 25 people that have bad experiences with it. When millions of people telling you otherwise, there are millions of people
I
telling
have
you.
not heard those millions. That's
Well,
your
that you're blind. That's
experience.
why you're not experienced. You're not educated. You're not knowledgeable. You're not experienced. You have no. You haven't done any research. You're not gifted in this field, and therefore you're ignorant. You should just say, "I don't know about this yet."
I
Stop
think
trying to
that
prove something. Stop trying to prove something, and believe these testimonies, and only base your belief on them.
I'm not just basing it only on that.
Yeah, whatever, Larry. Like that's what you're doing. You're not listening. You're not wanting to see the positive side of cannabis. You're saying that there's no positive. Why did God create this if there's no positive use of cannabis? There has to be. There has to be because God created for the good. There has to be
Well,
a reason
now that's a straw man. I told you I agreed there could be positive ways of using it.
of using THC.
No, of using it uncooked.
So you're saying you're ignorant about this whole thing, and yet you're just against cooking the cannabis to convert THCA to THC. You're just against that when you have no knowledge of that. You have no experience of that. Why do you
I'm against it
feel?
only as a general rule, not as an absolute.
Yeah, yeah, you're
I'm not
right.
at the
And
point where I can say I'm absolutely against it in every example. For example, I'm not even against strong alcohol if somebody's in their deathbed. So I can't say I'm absolutely against strong drink.
yeah, but again, man, like this is 2023. Cannabis already has been proven through many research that it has tremendous benefit for the humans. If you don't know those research studies, you should look it up. Look up Dr. Ethan Russo. He's another good, you know, scientific or neurologist where he studies these things, and they do extensive studying about cannabis. And you should, look up these studies instead of looking at these testimonies from YouTube that, you think that that's the end of be all. You got to really look at the professionals here, man. You don't just look at some guy who abused it for years and he had a demonic experience with it, and therefore you're saying that every cannabis users, or that converts the THC, or THC to THC, anyone who takes THC, basically you're saying that it's demonic because of some people from YouTube, when you should base your study on like real professionals, experts, and see these studies. And yet you're saying that you haven't even studied or know these because you're so baby in this field. And so if you are a baby in this field and you are ignorant, maybe if you know about this more, you won't be deceived by these testimonies so much. I'm not saying that these testimonies are 100% lies, but I'm saying that most people that used it, they don't testify that said that they don't tell you that they see demons, even at low, moderate, or even high doses. This is something that's like not even it's not real. It's not like a lot of people, millions of people will testify and tell you that that's not true.
Are they Christian people, or is this just millions of non-believers?
Doesn't matter if they're Christian or not. Like they taste it, they look at it, and they consume it, and they did them good, and it
Well,
works. The
when it
medicine.
comes to spiritual things, like whether a demon got involved, I would trust a Christian more than a non-Christian on their testimony.
Like what are you talking about? Like a lot of there's plenty of Christians that are spiritual that consume cannabis in the right way, and they never experience the demonic realm or anything like that, the spiritual realm like that, or demons like that.
Well, when you say a lot of Christians that are spiritual, are you referring to spiritual Christians in the sense that they're abiding in Christ, they're overcoming this world, they're not
Yeah,
sinning
yeah,
anymore?
yeah. Me, I
Okay,
experience.
but you said there are plenty. You know, a lot of spiritual Christians that are overcomers that are getting high. You know plenty of them because I've never met one but you. As far as someone that I could say this man could be a spiritual man, you know, I believe you were spiritual.
I'm saying like there's a lot of people out there. Probably, I'm not like gonna tell you 100%, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who have a good conscience, who have belief, who are Christians that probably consume cannabis in a safe way. There are people like that. So, are you saying that there's not a people that are spiritual and that consume cannabis the right way? Are you saying that?
Well, I spend a lot of my time searching for spiritual Christians to learn from, to fellowship with, and I've never until you met someone who I considered to be potentially spiritual. And we can only know so much based on how long we've known that person, etc. But based on impression, um, that has testified to that effect. I've never.
Yeah, and I've never heard anyone speak about cannabis the way I do. How God created it, how I give reasons like that. Like nobody can debate that. I've tried before on Discord, and the reason why I don't want to debate anymore is because of the ignorance and the foolishness and I get tempted. My old man comes out sometimes, and I don't like showing that. I know sometimes they tempt me, they make me frustrated, they annoy me to the point where I can my old man can come out because I'm not perfect sometimes in that way, like by controlling myself. Like, I have to, so that's why I don't want to get into these debates and arguments and fights because I know that it doesn't lead to me being peaceful and you know being one with God and more spiritual. Like these arguments, like they're not teachable. First of all, they're brainwashed. They're so close-minded, so it's gonna be so hard for me to try to argue and try to convince them. Even you right now, like you have no knowledge, you have no experience of this, and yet you're so stubborn about your belief about THC and the negative effects of how it can lead to demonic influences. And I'm telling you that God did not intend for us to smoke and to use it in high doses like that, where you're just consumed by it, you're obsessed by it, you're dependent on it, and you're addicted to it, and that's all you do. And these people give a bad name to cannabis, and we should avoid those testimonies and say, what you're saying doesn't make sense, so don't talk about it because you're putting a bad mouth on cannabis, and you didn't create this, man didn't create this, God created this, so please keep your mouth shut, please be quiet, and stop putting fear into other people, and say don't ever use cannabis because this is demonic. And that's when I get frustrated, that's when I hate, or that's when I really get angry, like about that people are so ignorant and deceived, and yet they're so stubborn, and yet they want to teach everybody. This is something that I'm tired of. I've dealt with many people like that before, and I heard all their arguments, and quite frankly, none of their arguments makes any sense. All they say is what my friend used it, and he was so gone that I've seen that, and I don't want anything to do with it. And I would ask him, how did he use it? Yeah, he basically got the wax and and I say, you know what? Sorry, that's not a right way to use it. Maybe he should try to use it in a different way, and maybe he'll experience actually relief from anxiety, relief from ADHD, relief from pain. Maybe it won't get him so paranoid and psychotic because he uses too much. That's not how God intended people to use, and that's what we got to educate people on. I don't see a lot of people in my, like, the way, like, spiritually, like, yeah, you're right, there's not many spiritual people out there that have the correct knowledge and the experience to educate people about. I feel that I'm qualified to do that because I feel like I have given my life to God absolutely 100%, and I believe that cannabis is helpful for the humans, especially the mind. I'm more focused on the mind, and I think the sativa cannabis plant can help so many people in this world today, and help people from not taking these over-the-counter man-made drugs. It can heal the world, and I'm trying to do a good thing. I'm trying to do good works and trying to put a positive light and educate people about cannabis, about how to use it in the right way, in the healthy way, without harming yourself, without overdoing it. And if you do it that way, it can surely lead you, not only helpful for your body, but not for your mind, but also for your spiritual, you know, spiritual ways it can help you.
Well, from a strategic standpoint, I think that affirming any type of fears or concerns, delineating that, setting that aside, but addressing it, can let people's guard down. Like, okay, he is acknowledging, he has no problem talking about that side of it, but then he wants us to also look at the positive side. And then that would
Well, you're
actually,
not you're not that though. You're not doing that. You're just saying that you're against TC,
that's not,
and you said
that's,
that
that's
you're against.
oversimplification.
Oh my goodness, Larry, you're saying that most of the people shouldn't take it. Only the spiritual one, if they have self control, like, this is dangerous. You're saying that this is addictive. So you're saying that most people shouldn't take it because it can lead to you being high and you don't even know what the high is. And you already, stated your position many times and your belief about it. You don't have to say, I'm against THC, but we already know that you are.
No, I have not given
Oh, so
a
you're not
lot
against
of,
THC? You're not against somebody cooking cannabis and getting high from it. You're not against that because God created it and it's helping you to relieve anxiety. You're not against that?
well,
Because if you are not against that and then you
you
want to,
won't let
no,
me
no, 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 listen,
answer.
listen, listen, listen. If you're not against that and you believe in the positive benefits and you want to warn people about the negative benefits, then I respect that. But you're not that. Your position is you're against THC and you're trying to put THC down and you're trying to warn people that it can lead to sorcery and demonic, oppressions and witchcraft. That's your position, Larry, and that's what I see as being very dangerous and wrong. And you're not. That's not anointed by God. It's not coming from God. It's coming from your brain. You're coming from your, influences from your, other people, and other people can deceive you, and you're being deceived right now, and you're not only deceived, but you're ignorant, and you want to, in that state, you're deceived and ignorant, and you want to continue to advocate and teach people about the negative use of cannabis, that it can lead to witchcraft, it can lead to demonic oppressions when you don't know anything about it and you're not 100% sure about it, when you should just say, I don't know about it.
No, no, there, there's a difference between something where you've not heard anything, or you've heard 25 Christians saying I got demon possessed. At some point, you've got to say, okay, I take that seriously for sure.
Okay, sure,
So I
whatever,
wouldn't
Larry.
say I don't know. I would say
Right,
the
right.
evidence is
Mhm.
pointing to,
Right.
if you smoke this
Yeah.
and you
Not,
use it the
not
wrong
sounding
way.
intelligent, Larry. Come on, move on.
No, that is.
No, it's not.
That's why we have to take
No,
Christian
listen to
testimonies
yourself. Listen to
seriously.
yourself. Listen to yourself. There's a lot of testimonies out there that says that it's positive use, And if you use it in the right way and right strain, right dosage, right percentage of the THC and the perfect balance and how God created it, then there's tremendous benefits. That's the light. Where I want to focus at. There's a lot of negative, videos and negative things, warning signs and things like that. There's a lot of things out there already. That's not my calling to do. It's not focusing on the negative. Like when I'm out there helping people, I tell them about the good things of God. I don't tell them about the bad things of God and focus on that. Because why? I'm not burdened for that. And in this channel, I don't want to put a negative light on the cannabis. The only negative or warning signs I want to tell them is, hey, be careful of smoking it and high THC and myrcene. Know which strain is for your body and your mind, because if you smoke the indica, it can arouse your flesh, and flesh is demonic, like fleshly things. As you know, you don't want to be sensitive to your body where you can get sexually stimulated, overly hungry, your body is being aroused like that. Like, I'm against using cannabis like that for pain, like so much. I'm not for that. And so my thing is all mental, man, like sativa, uh stimulant, not sedative, not couch lock, not making you stoned and like zombie like. That's the wrong approach, I believe. And some people might need the body you know strains to relieve their body pains and things like that. But for me, I was always healthy and taking care of my health, so I never needed it for my body. It was always more for spiritual reasons and also more for mental reasons. And that's my major, is mental side, studying about the mind. But after I was 26, I no longer wanted to study the mind anymore. I wanted to study more about the spiritual things, more spirit. Like, I have a spirit. I read Watchman Nee's book about discerning the soul and the spirit. I was interested about the spirit. So from there, ever since I was 26, always interested about knowing more about our spirit, because most people think health is just their body and their mind, or even worse, only their body. I think their health is just their body. They don't account for their mental problems, mental overthinking, and also their conscience, their heart, their spiritual side. And so I'm saying that cannabis, for me, I have experience smoking and eating it. I don't no longer smoke it. I don't advocate. I'm against it. And but I am for people using cannabis in low, even microdosing it, or low to moderate dose, where you can cook with it or you can rub it in your skin, use it fresh like that. And there's no like high, like you're like that meth high or the cocaine high. It's nothing like that. It's just a balance. And that's what you have to understand, that cannabis is, there's nothing wrong. It's matter of fact, the research shows that we have an endocannabinoid system. We need our receptors to be bind up. We need this, you know, like certain food, like we need certain food to help us to be more healthier. And if cannabis can help you to be a 10 or even a 9 out of 10 as opposed to a 6, and now you don't have pains in your lower back, now you don't have pains, you don't have headaches, now you don't have anxiety, now you can meet people and be confident and be more social. And if it's helping people in tremendously like that, and we see this, and I've experienced this myself, there's nothing you can tell me that proves otherwise. There's no demonic influences, there's no spiritual things like you see and getting influence, none of that, Larry. Like your little YouTube videos that you saw, most of them are abusing it, Larry. You're not getting that to your head. Their testimonies are false because they abused it. They used it the wrong way. So therefore, your Bible verses that you're trying to say we have to listen to the Christian testimonies, and you're automatically saying that they're true Christians based on 1 hour of video, and you can't even for sure say that. And yet, even their testimonies, you don't even know like how true their testimonies are. Are you saying that their testimonies are 100% accurate? You can't even say that. So you're trying to question me and say, "Oh, can you say that they're 100% lie?" I can put the same question on you, and you can't be sure about that. So if you're not sure about that, why would you want to use that and give that reason if that's not a valid reason? That's not credible. So I'm saying if you want to give a credible reason, a valid reason, you would have to do some research or at least look up Google and find these research studies that indicates and that shows the positive benefits or even the negative benefits. Show me some proofs out there, some studies that actual studies that's fair and that's not misrepresenting cannabis the wrong way like that, misusing it. A fair study, a valid study, a credible study, and then you can argue with me or debate with me. But so far, zero.
You would not think that if you got a bunch of people abusing it,
A bunch of people again. You're
that
going the
you
same
would
way.
that you would say, I'm wanting to make sure I don't abuse it. You wouldn't
Look,
take it
what do
to.
you think? What do you think this video is gonna do? If people hear this and they're smokers, they're gonna say, "Whoa, wait a minute! I've been smoking this and harming my body, and the high is sure intense, but shorter, and I can eat it and get longer effects and have stronger effects and not harm my body, not hurt my throat and my lungs and die from lung disease. I can do that with cannabis." Man, why didn't I think that? Why didn't I consume cannabis how God intended, how we should eat it and use it the right way? Why did I smoke it? Maybe people might start changing their mind and their view about that. Wouldn't you think that would be helpful for them?
Well, if we're talking about people who already get high on weed through smoking it, and most likely they're just fulfilling the lust of their flesh, and you're saying, well, you can get high longer by eating it. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no, 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 no.
that's.
So again, you're being too you're going too extreme here. I'm saying that if people started smoking it and they realized the harmful effects of it and they realized that they've been doing it the wrong way and now they're educated, now they have some light on ways to consume cannabis in a healthy way without having lung disease, and it can actually have a longer effect where you don't need to smoke it 10 times. You can just eat it once or twice. That's what I'm saying. It's certainly, stop trying to twist things like that, Larry. That's what I get annoyed. You go too extreme, and then you go so far, and then you try to twist, you try to make me think like that. Stop manipulating things like that. That's a bad habit, Larry. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you are educated and people that see this video, they will no longer want to smoke. Maybe they want to consume it in a healthy way because it's better, it's healthier. That's what I'm saying. It's longer, it's stronger, and it's healthier and it's better.
I would
Stop
want them
thinking
to
what?
first just stop completely.
Who are you? You're not a doctor. Why would you? Well, what if somebody has like problems and pain and he needs some kind of medicine? He's miserable and he's always mentally battling, and he needs some. What if he wants some clarity in his mind and not overthink, and that we can do that for him, keep him focused on one thing, which is God, and it can help him or take away the pain. Why wouldn't you want him to take what God has given him and get relief from that? Like, who are you to say don't take it at all? You're not a doctor. You don't know anything about cannabis.
Well, if somebody
Yeah, you
has
don't.
a serious medical condition,
Doesn't have to be serious, Larry. Again, you're going to extremes. People can take cannabis as a stimulant or even a health supplement or even just as a food, and they might not even notice the benefits because they're taking too little of it, but it's helping them, right? That's how we should be taking it. That's how we should take it in low doses.
if somebody has a serious medical condition, like let's say a chronic back problem that they're in so much pain every day, and they're trying to get away from
It's
opiates or
not only
something.
for body though. It's not only for pain though. That's what I'm saying, Larry. Stop trying to make it sound like it's serious, like only for pain. Like if you have a chronic, you're dying, then you got no. You can take it. You can take it for other reasons too, Larry. Stop being like so ignorant about that. Like it's not only for your pain. Like only if you're seriously hurt, and then I will accept. Please, Larry, who are you? You're not a doctor. You don't know anything about cannabis. Don't say that. Just say I don't know. Don't give your opinion about it.
I want to give my opinion about this.
Okay, try it. You
Okay.
sounded very foolish. Go ahead.
You already interrupted twice. I can't say what I want to say. I can't make a point with you
Your
interrupting every
points are
time.
very off. Go ahead.
Okay. So if somebody has, let's say, chronic back pain from like a military injury or something, and they are trying to get away from opiates and they're just trying to function without just being a life of torment. Um, it seems to me that maybe if they tried first the oils with the THCA and it maybe it would be worth under doctor supervision or something like that attempting the THC without the A, even if that meant they got some type of very minimal high. You said you could still be yourself. You could still not enter into some kind of other realm. If that is the case, I would say that experimenting with that in such a circumstance would be justified. Um, though it's risky, I would say it would be justified because that's such an extreme situation.
Okay, and
So, in that type of example, I would say the THC, I would say I would support potentially
yeah,
using it in
yeah, you
such
don't.
a.
Yeah, but you don't need to support or not support it because what you're saying is like an extreme case, and your opinion doesn't matter because you don't know anything about it. Like some people that are healthy that want more health, like they're at, like I said, you know, an 8 out of 10, but they want to be a 9 out of 10, and they can help. That cannabis can help. They can take it too as a health supplement. So again, you're trying to say only you will Larry will only accept that if they're coming down from man-made medicine and cannabis can help them to be less uh less, I guess, in pain, then perhaps you can accept that. Larry can accept that. But your opinion doesn't matter what you think because people take cannabis for many reasons. It's not only for pain.
Well,
And even the THCA, yeah, most people, you're right. They gotta find the lowest dose possible that is effective. It's like you have to find the sweet spot, and sometimes you gotta experiment with it. You gotta maybe take a little bit more, a little bit less, or maybe without the THCA, or without the THC. Maybe you can take it raw. Maybe you can experiment with it. But again, you're inferring that THC is bad. Again, THC is not bad. You can cook with it, and there's nothing wrong with this. So you're what you're saying is that since THC is so dangerous, only if you are in a dangerous situation and you're suicidal, then perhaps you can take that because now that's the no, no, THC is not dangerous. People can take THC for many reasons. It's not only for pain. It's not only for serious pain. It can be for health supplements. It can be for your health to be more healthier.
it's incredibly dangerous. That's like saying if a tiny microdosing heroin can be some benefit to your daily work schedule, that people should just start buying heroin and learning how to microdose. But they could so easily destroy their life if they get even a little bit, start getting addicted. And one day they slip and they just go all out and then they get hooked and they're just stuck. And now they're just
That's what I'm saying. We have to be
fiends.
careful. We shouldn't allow people to, freely grow and distribute and smoke cannabis the way wanted. That the law has to change. People consuming cannabis like in Thailand, like people smoking everywhere. That's not of God, first of all. Okay. And so I don't know what you're getting at, bro. Like, stop
I would
making.
almost feel safer if the person had, like, because we're talking to a variety. There could be different ages. We might be talking to 11-year-olds right now. Are you considering that? Um, I would feel safer if you had an elder who was overcomer who a spiritual man for years and who is qualified to be an overseer, and he oversaw exactly how much each person is taking. He he was watching it under his supervision, and something like that, rather than we have 11-year-olds going to some shop now after hearing our video, and then they're just buying it and just doing whatever. They have no clue what they're doing.
What is whatever? Like, what? I'm not advocating anything. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you
You
said
think that? You think
THC
that?
support. They could buy crystals or wax and just start taking it. I don't know how much to take, and they could just get hooked on it, get high, and get a bunch of demons.
No, I'm saying that you know, cannabis. If you smoke it, like even heroin, like you mentioned, like if you overdo it and it's dangerous, that's why not everyone can grow and sell and distribute this. We should regulate it, of course. We gotta be careful, and they should consult like even a doctor for medical reasons. But if people wanted to take it for recreational use, for enhancing their mind, I'm not against that either, bro. It doesn't
Okay,
always have to be for medical use.
but will
It's not. It's not.
doctors?
It's not that dangerous where you think that if they take it every day, it's not going to do anything. The science or the studies already prove that this is not a dangerous. It's not a drug. It's not dangerous. Even if they take it every day, even if they take it every day and they eat low to moderate doses, like a health supplement, like you take vitamins, it's just regulate your body more balanced. So if they take it every day like that, I'm okay with that too.
I solved it. If they can find an overseer, someone qualified to be an overseer according to the scriptural qualifications,
It's not
who
that
will
serious. This is not.
mentor and
This is
guide
not
them.
for. No, no. I'm gonna stop you there. This is not only for spiritual reasons, and this is not that dangerous where you need somebody that spiritual to guide them into consuming cannabis. It's not that serious, bro. It's just a food. It's a plant, right? It smells nice, and we can use it many ways. And so you're thinking like this is like a serious like drug. It's not like a medicine. You only think of it as a medicine right now. You got to get that out of your head. It's not only medicine.
Well,
People
that's my
don't only
counsel.
don't use it only for medicinal use. They use it for recreational, spiritual, and medicinal use. So
Yeah,
you just saying that, oh, only no, what you're saying
under the
doesn't
supervision
make
of
sense.
a overseer, I would say that people could do
That
it
that's a spiritual reason, but that's people don't use it for only that.
as a
People might just
covering. The overseer is a covering for protection.
okay. Next, anything
I would
else?
feel I would feel a lot more comfortable.
You're right, yeah, but that's just your opinion about that, and we're
But
not
good luck
sure.
finding an overseer who's an overcomer, who's gonna say, "Yeah, you should do this for recreational." Besides this guy here, he's probably the only one that will tell you that.
Okay, I
I
mean,
mean, if you can show me, give me a YouTube channel name or some ministry that also teaches this, got overseers who are biblically qualified, then I've never heard of it in my life. Never.
well, just because you never heard of it doesn't mean that what I'm saying is wrong. Like, just because everyone says something, like a lot of people might say the earth is flat, or whatever. Like, unless I can really study it and be an expert on it and research it and study it myself, like I wouldn't give my opinion. I would say I don't know, man.
Do you have anybody in church history who's written, theological works that you would consider to be an overseer who was an advocate for use of marijuana in their writings or anything, or in their sermons, anything? Somebody that's a powerful overcomer.
Well, I mean, are you saying that there has to be somebody who's spiritual that talks about cannabis to make it a legitimate, the cannabis use legitimate, and right? If there's no testimonies of that, you're saying that it's wrong. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that that's a strong
No, no,
indicator.
no, no, no. That's not, again. It's not credible. It's not valid because I can, again, like, cannabis is a food. People consume food. It's not only spiritual people that consume food. Anybody can consume cannabis. God made us, God made cannabis, and we can eat cannabis. Doesn't matter if you're spiritual or not. There's sick people, there's spiritual people, there's people that need it for, for just their health. They can take it. It's not that serious, like where you need some kind of spiritual person to tell you that it's okay. Like,
All right. Well, I'll be waiting for you to find someone.
no, you can wait all you want, but I'm saying, like, you don't have any evidence right now to prove to me that we shouldn't consume
You're
cannabis. The
telling me
only
that all these people led by the Holy Spirit would not have the Holy Spirit leading them to try this if this is something God wants us all starting to try?
I'm
That
sure
all these
there's some
leaders
people.
have not done
Look,
it.
look. You can research that. I'm sure there's people that have spiritual benefits of this.
I'm
You
talking
can
about,
research it.
an overcoming saint
Maybe
that
there are.
has had the Holy
Maybe,
Spirit
maybe,
lead them
maybe
into
there are.
this.
Maybe there are. Maybe there are.
I've
You
never
gotta
heard
look
of
at it.
it.
Maybe I don't know. You gotta. What is that? That
You
doesn't.
would
That
think
doesn't.
this would
That's
be all
not.
over the ministry channels if this were such a big thing for people
No,
to
because
grow and all
like
this stuff.
like if people are, if the knowledge of cannabis has been hidden and kept dark, and we have a negative connotation and association related to cannabis, and people don't really know about cannabis, they never researched it, but they just think negatively about it, and they don't there's no people that really understand cannabis that much. Like, this is recent, like we're allowed to even research cannabis, and now we're starting to understand a little bit. This is something new. This is not something that has been widely accepted for centuries. No, people have negative views on it because they might have negative experiences. Like, somebody might have negative experiences with it, and therefore there's no light on this cannabis. There's no research on cannabis. Long time ago there wasn't any, and so now, recently, we now that the government is allowed to do studies like this, they're funded. Now we're starting to learn that yes, it is beneficial, yes, it is helpful, yes, it can do so many things. And I'm sure there's Christians out there right now that consume cannabis and they are spiritual. And just because you can't find any right now, because you're not really looking to find that information, and just because you can't find one right now, it doesn't mean that cannabis is bad. That's what I'm saying. Just because people are not saying that, they're not, just because the spiritual people are not talking about cannabis, it doesn't mean it's bad. You have to prove to me why cannabis is bad, but yet you're trying to reverse this on me to say I got to find people that are spiritual to find, or their testimonies to prove that cannabis is good. But I don't have to do that, Larry. You got to do that.
I disagree. I mean, if it's such a blessing from the Lord, He would be telling spiritual people, "You need to start doing this," and they would be talking about it.
Well, people are talking about it. You
I
just
don't
don't.
hear any spiritual leaders doing
Look,
that.
look up YouTube, man. You got to find YouTube. I'm sure there's people that talk about you. You're saying that there's no people out there on YouTube that sees a positive side of cannabis and they're spiritual. You're saying that there's none because why? You choose not to look for that. You choose not to search for that. That's why
No, it would
you
come
don't
up.
want to.
It would come up.
You search sorcery marijuana. That's what you find. Why don't you find something more like spiritual benefits of cannabis, and then maybe you can find somebody who is a Christian and who is not against cannabis and that can teach you the benefit use of cannabis. I'm sure there's people like that. Just because I can't find somebody right now and I haven't done. I don't look up these things because I don't need to hear what other people say because I have firsthand experience and I know what it does, Larry. You don't. That's why you need these people to tell you when you don't have a firsthand, you don't know what it's like. And so I'm saying that I don't need to find people. I'm sure you can find people that are spiritual and are cannabis users. Find it.
So
Do
you
do
reject
your research.
you
Do your
rej-
research. Do your
you
research.
you reject Proverbs 11:14, which says, "But in the multitude of counselors there is safety." You don't want to hear what other spiritual men have to say about it. You just think
No,
you
I
know the
didn't say that.
best.
I said I'm not interested in that because
You
I already
trust your
understand.
own. You trust your own ability without hearing out other
No, no, no.
spiritual
I, I,
men's.
I, I did a lot of research, and then I'm a like a
But no
mental.
spiritual men,
No, 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 no. I'm
just
talking about
doctors and
the mental side of psychology. I've studied this
so
where
no men
I
of
think
God.
that what
No men of God.
no matter what
You didn't seek out the wisdom of multiple counselors who are men of God.
for eating a plant of food.
For a second opinion on a controversial topic.
Why?
You didn't care to
Why?
hear
It doesn't have to be
a multitude
controversial.
of counselors to
Why
find
would I
safety.
eat? Why look? Why would I seek some advice about food? Like, do we have to do that? This is like spiritual things about the
This
church, about.
is not just a basic food. This is a serious controversial topic.
Yeah, and
So you did not care to hear
okay,
other
so you're
Christians.
saying that there's zero people out there who are Christians that are for cannabis. You're saying that, or are you saying that you don't know?
I'm saying that I
No, no,
do
no, no, no,
know.
no, no, no. You are. I'm asking a question. You're saying that there's you don't know any Christians or spiritual person that are for cannabis right now. You're saying that you don't know anybody like that.
Yes, I don't know anybody like that.
Okay, so just because you don't know anybody like that, you're saying that cannabis is wrong?
I'm saying you should find people
No, no,
like
no, no,
that.
no, no. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. So if you don't know, wouldn't you be inclined to search and look for it? Maybe you can find it. You're saying that there's no people like that. I'm sure there's people like that, Larry.
I would say that
There's
that's foolish and prideful to think that if I can't find other spiritual men who are on board, I wouldn't jump on board alone. I wouldn't be the first unless if I find other believers who agree.
well again, like
Mature believers too.
yeah, again, like I'm sure there's Christians out there who consume cannabis the right way, and they're not against cannabis.
Well,
I'm sure you can find people like that, Larry. Find
I'd
it.
like to see it because I haven't
Yeah,
seen
you
it.
look for it. There has to be. There has to
You
be.
should have looked for it before you went all in
Why? You give me the reason.
because in the multitude of counselors there is safety, and
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have any interest in
and
that.
we have to be careful of which people we listen to. We have to have the discernment. And I've been researching and I've been searching for this food. You're saying that they have to be spiritual to eat certain food. That's your premise right here.
No, I'm
No,
saying you should seek the counsel
no.
of spiritual men
For
to
what?
find safety
For safety and what?
on any topic that there's any type of controversy
There's no
within the
controversial.
church.
There's no. This is what
That's a
God
huge
created.
lie. The whole government made it illegal for a reason.
Why?
The whole government, many states made it illegal for a reason. So obviously it's controversial. And yet you sought no safety in the multitude of counselors. That's foolish.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not because
You should be looking to mature
I did
believers.
research. There's like, what are you talking about?
You
Like,
didn't talk to mature believers to get their counsel.
again, stop trying to magnify this point and trying to think that you're winning the argument because you're losing, and you have no argument still. Even if this was the case that I didn't seek, spiritual people and ask them, "Oh, can I use this for my anxiety or my pain?" I don't feel like I need to do that, Larry. This is just a
Well, you
food.
should. You should have.
No,
That's
no, no. That's your
unwise.
opinion. That's your opinion, and
That's
this is
not
false.
prudent. That's
No,
foolish.
no, no, no. You're trying to use the Bible and you're trying to twist it. You're saying that I need to get guidance and counsel from spiritual men about the food we eat. Silly. Come on, man.
Of course, you should get that before you start some type of illegal drug use or
It's
whatever.
not illegal.
It's been illegal. Have you
Well,
ever used it illegally?
yes.
Okay, so you should have sought the multitude of counselors to find safety before you use an illegal drug
No,
illegally.
whatever. That you're annoying right now. Please, like you're not. You have no argument. Stop being like
So
so
really, I
like.
mean, if you're going to break the law, especially, you should be seeking spiritual guidance
Oh,
before
whatever.
doing something that
Yeah,
brazen.
It's not that serious, Larry. Come on. You got any
I
other
think it's
points?
serious to break the law.
No,
You
it's
should do
not.
so very
No.
carefully and
Yeah.
circumspectly.
Right. Is that what you think, Larry? Because
Absolutely.
no.
Bible says keep the laws of the land,
Yeah, I try to keep the law. I'm saying like,
not with weed though.
yeah, well, at that time, when I was in America, when I was young, yes, I did it the wrong way, but I saw still some benefits of it, and what I'm saying, like, people are now, when the government put people in jail for that, now they're paying them back. They're paying money and saying, "We're sorry. Oh man, we shouldn't have put you. We were wrong." So if something feels so right, it's like, why are you going against? It's like following the traffic light. Sometimes, yeah, we got to keep the law, but sometimes you don't. The anointing or the spirit or following God is above that. It's the Holy Spirit. Sometimes the law and the Holy Spirit is not always in unity. It means that sometimes, the law is not always correct, Larry.
It can be an indicator, though. The
No,
Bible
no, no,
says,
no, no, no. The law is not always correct. They can be wrong, Larry.
even in this type of scenario, a lot of times, under the multitude of counselors that create laws, there can be safety even in that. Even secular lawmakers, the combined wisdom, even if it is a worldly wisdom, says don't speed or um, don't jaywalk or whatever. These are for our safety, and there can be wisdom in it, even if it's not spiritual men doing it. But if you're going to go against the laws or the overall wisdom of society, however limited that may be, then you should especially then seek
Again, this is like a minor
spiritual
side
men.
point. This is like a very, very minor side point. You're not even arguing against why humans shouldn't consume cannabis. Like, come on, let's not get so far on your point, which is very minor, and it's like not even a branch. It's not even remotely close to what I'm trying to say or get at. So, do you have any other points? Like, you're making, like,
It's
really,
huge.
really.
It's a huge direct point because I
What is
said
a
that
huge point that I
I
have
would
to
not.
counsel? I have to get a recommendation by a spiritual leader who is a Christian that advises me that I can use cannabis. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and
Think
to
about
do it
that.
under their
No,
supervision as
no.
well.
Who are you to say that? This is
A
just God made
a
food. God
wise
said
man
it's
of
good.
God. I'm a wise
No,
man of God, an
no,
overcoming
you,
saint.
no, no, no.
That's
So
some
you,
weight.
no, you talk to a doctor, and you talk to somebody who's knowledgeable in this field.
Are
It
they
doesn't.
believers?
So you're saying that they have to be believers, and you have to get uh, a counsel from them to use cannabis. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you should
Is that what
seek
you're
the
saying? Is
counsel
that what you're
from.
saying? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you
You're
should.
saying that every cannabis users have to get guidance from a spiritual leader who's a Christian, who
Yes,
can guide you and say that yes, you can use it, give you permission to use cannabis.
for
Who
sure.
are they?
Yes, they're
No,
men
no,
of
no, no,
God,
no,
overcomers.
no.
Why do you keep saying who are they? If somebody has the spirit of God, they have the spirit of wisdom. If somebody has the spirit of wisdom, then their counsel has a lot of weight, more than a doctor.
Okay, so you're saying that a person who is spiritual has never accepted cannabis. All of them are rejecting cannabis. Is that what you're saying? Or
To my
maybe you don't
knowledge,
know.
yes.
You
I've
don't
never
know, or
yet.
you don't know, or you don't know yet, because you
I've
haven't
listened.
searched 8 billion people, Larry. You haven't searched. Not many
I
people
found.
that listen to me. Not many people that use cannabis come on YouTube and make a YouTube channel. Maybe there are people that are spiritual and that advocate the cannabis use for our health. Maybe you're just ignorant and maybe you just don't know.
No, I find a lot of, not a lot. I search all the time for spiritual men of God, overcomers, and none of them have recommended this. That tells me a lot.
Okay, so who made cannabis then? Let me ask you that. Let's go back to the, forget about what people say or did. Who made cannabis? God did, right?
Okay, that's a good question because you said that.
So
I
so
said it was
God
made by
God
the
made
devil, and that's a lie. I
God
never said
made
that.
God
You
made
said that.
cannabis. Okay, stop trying to nitpick and finger point and take little
No,
things and magnify
I
it.
had that on
You
my
know what I meant. You
notes.
know what I
You
meant.
said that.
Be
I said
quiet.
it's
You know
made
what
by
I
the
meant.
devil.
I'm saying I'm
No,
saying who made cannabis?
you
God
put
did,
words
right?
in my mouth that I
God
didn't
made
say.
cannabis. You put words in my mouth too. You said that all when you, I know you made a couple of statements that's not 100% true. You made a couple of statements like that. That's our human tendency. Stop trying to nitpick and stop being annoying about that. Just move
That's
on from that. I'm saying, who
saying
made
all
cannabis?
or meaning
Who made
99%.
cannabis? Who
That's
made cannabis?
different.
Who made cannabis?
According to you,
Okay,
I think
who
the
created
devil.
cannabis?
According to you, I think the devil made it, but according to me, I think God made it.
Okay, again, you're being annoying. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that,
Oh,
you know,
rewind the tape. You can see that's exactly what you
hey,
said.
you said devil's weed, whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
You
But
said that
you know
I
what I
believe
mean.
the devil made it. I know what that means. That's a lie.
Well, I don't know. We got to rewind the tape, but I'm saying forget about that because now I'm telling you that's not what you meant. Okay, clear. Stop trying to put that, magnify it, and talk about it like for 5 minutes. We don't need to ramble on about that. My point is, I'm asking you, who made cannabis?
God.
Okay,
Well,
now,
this is an old
now
argument. You just
okay,
repeat the same
okay,
arguments.
okay then. If God made it and there's a purpose for it and it can benefit humans, then what are you talking about? Why do we have to consult a spiritual leader if we can use it or not? When this is medicinally, you can
Because
benefit from it.
it's
When
very
you should consult
dangerous.
doctors, why do we have to consult
Because it
spiritual leaders
destroys countless
about this?
lives. It destroys lives. It's extremely dangerous. And like I said, I compared it to taking
Again.
microdoses of heroin. That's stupid. So
Okay,
really, using
okay.
this is stupid unless if you're forced into it and you have a abundance of wise counsel and you're doing this before the Lord by faith with a lot of prayer, take it very seriously. But you're just saying, no, throw caution to the wind. Everybody just do it.
No, again, you don't know if it's dangerous or not. You're comparing cannabis to opium, and we already know that cannabis has healing benefits and it's not dangerous, it's not addictive, it's not
It's
as
very addictive to get
harmful,
high end drugs.
not physically, because opiate has physical withdrawal symptoms and cannabis doesn't have any of that. It's just mentally, like, habitually people want to take it, but
It
there's
probably does
no.
give you dopamine rush and stuff when you get high.
Well,
That's
sugar does
physical.
that too. Sugar
That's
does that
physical
too.
then.
Sure, but then I'm saying that it's not in the same category as opium. So you cannot compare cannabis to opium. And opium is, obviously, for medical reasons, doctors use it. And same thing with cannabis, man. If people are sick and people need healing and people are sick and people are not healthy these days, you know that. And people have mental illnesses. And if God created it and we can benefit from it, who are you to say that we shouldn't take it and it's dangerous? Because a lot of people abuse it and they're addicted to it because they used it the wrong way. Who are you to say that?
I'm an overcomer.
No, no, no. You don't have any experience with this. You don't. I can guarantee you, you're 100% wrong, and God's gonna correct you on this down the road. And you gotta watch this video again because God created this cannabis, and He wants people to know how to safely get help
That's
from cannabis.
impossible. What
Well,
guy's going to say? How dare you say people should get wise counsel from their pastor or something?
no, I
How
didn't
dare
say that.
you?
No, I didn't say that. I
Or
didn't say
how
that.
dare you say Christian testimonies that warn you of something? You should take it seriously, but pray about it and consider more and look at all the sides. How dare you say that? That's
No, no, no,
ridiculous.
no, no,
There's
no.
nothing to be
I'm saying,
corrected on.
I'm saying you can get counsel as far as your spiritual needs, or church, or how to overcome, how to live in your spirit. Yeah, you can get counsel. I'm not against what you're saying about the Bible verse, but for you to say that we need to get counsel to take cannabis is just ridiculous, Larry.
Absolutely not. That's
Yes,
ridiculous to
it
say
is.
it's
Yes, it
not.
is. Why? Why? Because it's just a food. Why do you need to get counsel to take food?
Because you could get hooked on it.
No, no, you can get hooked on anything.
You could also need prayer coverage. Let's say
You do
that
you need to get counsel for taking coffee? Coffee?
coffee's not near as
Well, you can get hooked on it.
powerful.
It's a
All this
stimulant.
stuff
It's a psychoactive.
doesn't destroy lives or lead you into
What do
heroin
you mean it
abuse and
doesn't
become a
destroy life? It
crackhead.
does destroy life. Some people are hooked on caffeine. They can't sleep. And if they can't sleep, the next day they're groggy. They get agitated. They get annoyed. They get angry because they don't have coffee. And all day they drink coffee because they can't sleep. Like, oh, what do you mean it's not harmful? What are you talking about? Anything you overdo, even sugar, if you overconsume sugar too much, it can be harmful. What are you talking about?
You're telling me people have that first sip of coffee and next thing you know they're in a trailer park like stealing money to get their next crack fix. That's
Again,
what happens with
people.
marijuana. That does not
No,
happen
it
with sipping
doesn't. No, it
coffee or
doesn't.
first
I'm
time.
gonna end this conversation here because you're going too far again, Larry. Listen to yourself. You're just against THC, and you're biased. You have no proof, no experience, no knowledge. Simple. And you're trying to use these Bible verse counsel. Yeah, I agree that we need counsel for spiritual reasons, but I consider just this food. And if you need counsel for coffee or sugar, you need to talk to somebody. Oh, should I eat chocolate or not? Well, dark chocolate has some benefits for you. Just don't take milk chocolate. You're saying that we need to be counseled for everything we eat, which is just ridiculous, Larry. Come on, listen to yourself and stop trying to convince people that marijuana is dangerous because you have no knowledge of it and you should just keep your mouth quiet. Okay. Don't talk about this ever again. God's warning you. Don't come against God's creation.
You're not speaking by the Holy Spirit
Because
right
look,
now.
because listen, yes, I am.
That's
Because listen,
ridiculous.
listen. People
This
abuse
is
it.
not. This
No,
is
no,
the
listen,
flesh.
listen.
This is the
No,
flesh.
listen. People abuse it. People are high from it, and people are addicted to it because they use it the
Okay,
wrong way.
where's my inner witness of
Okay, thank you.
confirmation?
They use it the wrong way, and it is dangerous if they use it the wrong way. That's why I'm on this channel
It's not God speaking.
advocating advocating people not to use it the wrong way, not to smoke it.
God
Okay,
didn't tell me
that's
never to talk about this.
what
You
you
said this
use
is
God.
God telling
You
you not to talk about
look.
this again.
You're the
God did not
one.
say
Hey, hey,
that.
hey. You say everything like God tell you this and that tell you that. Like even our second conversation, you were late to our meeting, and then you said, "Whoa!" I was looking at my phone, and that has to come from God. Oh yeah, like you use God's name like that, and you're so quick to judge people and say that they're heavily demonized or heavenly demonic, or this doesn't come from God. When who are you, like why do you say that like about other people, like this is of the flesh, this is coming from God, this is, you're not the judge here. You're not perfect in that. You're not accurate in that. Okay, I'm telling you that God created it and you're going against it because people use it the wrong way and you keep going there. And how dare you to badmouth God's creation, and people can use it the
I
right
didn't
way.
badmouth
Yes
it.
you did, yes you did, you
That's
are
a
bad
lie.
mouthing it.
That's a
Yes you
lie.
are, yes you
So you're gonna
are.
bear false witness and then claim to be speaking of thus saith the Lord?
Yeah, you're saying that THC has basically, it comes from God, but you're saying that people shouldn't use it because it's dangerous.
I gave you an
You're-
example where I thought they
Oh,
could try to
I'm
use it.
sorry, man. You're making baby arguments, and you're not sound, to be honest, and you're not that intelligent, Larry. You're not really smart about this. You're just very
You
stubborn and
know,
hard-headed,
that's
and you're
actually
manipulative, and you're twisting it, and that's what you're doing, and that's not coming from God. I can guarantee you that this is not coming from God, and I'm 100% sure because you're going against what God has created, and we have so many
it's not
problems in the
true.
world.
It's
Yes,
not true.
it is. We have so many problems in the world, and you're trying to badmouth cannabis and say that we shouldn't, we shouldn't basically use cannabis because it's dangerous and
I
leads
never
to
said
demonic
that.
influence. You're basically inferring that, Larry. The whole conversation, that's what you're inferring. You're saying it's
Not,
dangerous.
that's
Yes,
not
you
what I
are.
was inferring.
Yes, you are. You're hard headed. You're stubborn.
No,
Yeah,
you're giving me a straw
yes,
man
you are.
argument.
No, no. Then you just told me that you're against THC and that we shouldn't use it. Only serious people should use it. We should counsel people. We should get counseling from people that's spiritual before we
Amen.
use it. But why? But this is not a drug, Mary. This is something that
It
God
is
has.
a drug. Are you kidding me?
It's a medicine. Drug is
It's a
something like a
drug. It's a
man-made.
drug. It's a drug.
Man-made is different.
It was an
Of
illegal
course,
narcotic. It's a drug.
that's what humans said. You're gonna follow what humans and countries, that's
It's
their opinion.
always a drug.
It's not. It's a medicine. You can call it a drug. You can call it high. You can call it whatever. But it's what God made. You're foolish to think that what God has made. The Bible says He made everything for the good for us to consume, and yet you're trying to say that we shouldn't consume it because it's a drug. Marijuana, weed leads to sorcery. That's what you're trying to imply. And I'm
When you
sorry,
use
you're wrong.
drugs, you should use it with the overseer's guidance. You should find a mature man of God to. You should find multiple mature men of God to talk
How
about it
about
with.
just a doctor, Larry?
They're not men of God.
So you're saying that the
If a
doctor
doctor
is not.
tells you to start doing Ouija board to help your
No, no,
cold,
no,
you would
no.
do it.
Because the spiritual man might not be studying about the human mind and the body. Maybe they don't know.
Then you could ask them to study it and then to give you their
No, no.
counsel.
See, again, you're just off here. Sorry, buddy. That's this just a silly argument. Sorry.
It's really
They're
not
not
at
they're not
all.
experts, man. They have the spiritual, they can help you pray, they can, do a work, but they don't, just because they're spiritual, that doesn't mean they're knowledge about everything. Would you consider yourself knowledge about, or would you consider yourself to be spiritual?
If you, of course, I'm
Okay,
spiritual.
okay. So then, okay, and then so I would have to come to you and say, Larry, can I use it? But you have no knowledge of it. You haven't been studying it. So what did you say? No, go to a doctor. Maybe
Here's what's
they.
sad: you're not even interested in finding out the counsel of a spiritual man you're talking to right now. You don't care at all. You say, "Who am I?" So you don't even take any wisdom from anyone but
So
yourself.
what you're saying that we should, before we take cannabis, we should talk to somebody who's spiritual. And what you're saying is that I should talk to you, and but you have no knowledge of cannabis. Why would I trust you?
I can research and make
No,
wise
because you can be
decisions
wrong.
based
You can
on.
be wrong though. Like you already proved that you can be wrong about the doctrines. You thought about certain doctrines, but then now you were totally wrong, and then now you have light on it.
That's
You can
why
be
you
wrong.
take
So why
multitude
would
of
you? Why would
counselors.
so if somebody? So why would I listen to you when you don't know have the knowledge about that?
Let me tell you again, because you're not listening. It says, in the multitude of counselors, there's safety. That's why you find out from more than one spiritual person what their
So you're
view is.
saying that okay. So you're saying that there's no spiritual person that can tell you about the positive use of cannabis, but or you just don't know because you haven't researched it, and there's 8 billion people, and you haven't seen that person yet.
I've seen literally spiritual men of God say getting high is sorcery, it's wrong, all this stuff. So they're actually against getting high, and you're the only spiritual person that said, I think you should get high.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that's 100% correct
So
though,
they're
because you can
against
be
you,
wrong. You can be wrong
and
though, right?
multitude of them are
You can
against
be
you.
wrong because because look, like a lot of people can say something about even Jesus, like, oh yeah, he's this and that, kill him. A lot of people can say that. That doesn't mean that they're right. I'm saying, like, even multiple people can say cannabis is wrong or cannabis is right. There's going to be spiritual people that says cannabis is good. There's going to be spiritual people that says cannabis is bad. But you're only looking at people that says cannabis is bad, which I think that that's not fair. And you're not researching the people, or for the people that are saying that cannabis can be used for positive reasons. And I find many research doctors, neuroscience, like a lot of people that are educated in this field. I think that sometimes, you know we can listen to doctors, because sometimes the spiritual people are not familiar with food and body, and they're not really gifted in that way. You're saying that spiritual person is gifted in every way. So you're saying that since you're spiritual and you're never wrong about something, is that what you're saying?
I never said that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They could be wrong. They might not know. So some people might not know. Just because they're spiritual, it doesn't mean they have to know everything about every food, and we gotta ask them about everything,
It
because
would be wise
there's
to. The more you ask them, the better. And especially if it's something that's potentially dangerous.
well, anything could be dangerous, Larry. And you're trying to make it sound like cannabis is very dangerous, and we got to talk to a spiritual leader before we consume cannabis. When people, there's no law about that. There people just they just talk to a doctor. When you have mental problems, you go to a doctor. When you have spiritual problems, you might go to a pastor. But why are you discounting the doctors? They study this, and they know about humans. They know how safe it can be and how helpful it can be. Why wouldn't you listen to them? Why do we have to listen to somebody spiritual when
Doctors
when
wouldn't
there's
want
not a
you to
lot of
do
those
sorcery.
people? What
They're sorcerers, a lot of them.
are you saying? Everyone?
A lot of doctors are
Okay,
probably
so
into sorcery.
some doctors are honest, and they know the truth, and they know what kind of healing benefits it can give us. Wouldn't you agree?
I would not trust a
See,
doctor
again,
over
you're
a
not
man of
answering my
God.
question. You're saying that you don't trust doctors, and we shouldn't.
I didn't say I
Uh,
don't trust them absolutely
well,
as a
whatever.
rule.
Again, don't be so annoying about that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Basically, you're saying that people that have mental problems and they want to seek a psychologist. You're saying that most of them are crooked, and they're not credible, right? When they study about mental problems. They study medicine. Doctors study about medicine, human body, and some spiritual person might not even study these things because they're not interested in it. And then they might say, "Oh, I don't know about this. Go talk to a doctor. Why are you asking me?" And then Larry's gonna say, "But you're spiritual." But we cut that off, Larry. Come on, your argument is silly. Anything else, Larry?
Yeah, I have a lot of notes here.
Go ahead, keep bring it away.
Okay. Aleister Crowley, a famous Satan worshiper, and this lady, something Blavatsky, a famous Satan worshiper lady that wrote books. They both said marijuana, weed, smoking is the number one best way to get demons into you.
Okay, so again, there's a lot of people that says that cannabis can help you. So why don't we listen to them? Why do we only listen to these people?
Well, they're recommending their followers to
Again,
do it to
again,
get more demons.
again,
They have
smoking,
a
smoking is not God's way, man. So again, that argument doesn't make sense because smoking is not what we should do. It's addictive, it's harmful, it kills your throat, it kills your lungs. We shouldn't do it like that. Of course, yeah, we shouldn't. She's doing it the wrong way again. Wrong source, wrong credible. This is not credible. This is unreliable. This is false. This is not right because she's saying that smoking cannabis can lead to that. But again, you're only listening to one person that you don't know and that she says that. So you're gonna say that just because she said it, you're gonna bring up her name to claim that we shouldn't consume cannabis because she says that, whoever this lady is, and
two
she's doing
famous
it the
people
wrong
I
way.
listed.
Again, the wrong way, and just the wrong experience with it. You're gonna bring up this person. I already told you that. This bring me a person or a testimony or a research that a person that did it in a healthy way, that ate it, that rubbed it, not smoked and harmed their lungs with it and they abused it. I'm not talking about that, Larry. Stop bringing that up. We already talked about that many times. Yeah,
I believe
you keep want to bring up some false evidence.
I
You got any
believe
other thing?
that
Again, I just crushed that one. Do you have any other points?
I believe that if you did THC wax or something, you could get demons the same way. It's the
How do you know
effect.
that? How do you know that? You don't have any experience with that. You just have to believe people. Yeah, you can be blinded by that. But some people, you don't know that, Larry. Don't say that.
It's to me, it's basic common sense that
No, it's
if
not.
you get high from THC in wax form or in incendiary form, in either case, it's entering your system and you're getting demon possessed.
That's what you think, but you're not a professional. You're not an expert. You haven't studied it. You haven't experienced it. So you can't
Well,
make
now
that
I could.
claim. You can't make
Nobody,
that claim. You
nobody
can't make
could
that
do a
claim.
scientific study of that. That's impossible.
Right? What do you mean? They can do a scientific
You're
study. They
telling me a group of scientists are going to test how many demons enter somebody based on different ways of getting high. And they can just write down, okay, this way got 5 demons, this way got 50, this what you don't want to do it this way. That's the scientists would not do that type of study. How many demons do people get? Who would even volunteer to take part in a study to see how many demons enter somebody? And then what if the demons knew they were doing a study so they didn't enter them just to trick everybody to say, oh, it's safe to do?
So you're saying that if you smoke cannabis in wax form, that you're gonna have demons? Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is
Your understanding? Yes or no? Yes.
I'm saying wax or crystals of
Just say yes or no,
concentrated.
man. You don't need to reiterate what I'm saying or repeat what I'm saying and just move. Just say it. So you're saying I want to get this point because I'm gonna record this. I'm
That's
gonna write this
fine.
down. You're saying that if you smoke high THC wax, you're gonna get demons. Is that what you're saying, Larry?
Okay.
Yes or
I
no,
don't even
man?
know if you can smoke wax. I thought that's an alternative to
Just say you
smoking.
don't know. Just say you don't know. You
Whatever.
just don't know,
Whether you want
man.
to call it wax or crystals, whatever the ways are that
You
you
know
can
what
get
I'm
high
talking
on
about. Just say
THC
yes or no.
that don't involve smoking it, I believe that that way of getting high can get you just as demon possessed as smoking
Okay,
it.
then shouldn't we say don't smoke it and advocate that and say, hey, you can consume cannabis the right way. Don't smoke it. Shouldn't you say that? Or
You
or
weren't
or
listening.
or
I
or
just said you
or
can.
or, or should you say don't consume cannabis
You
whatsoever
just
because
proved
it's
you weren't
dangerous?
listening. You just proved it. If you get high on THC, you can get demons whether you smoke it or don't smoke it. That's my take on it.
Yeah, again, okay, then we're gonna end this conversation because your take is wrong, and you're gonna be stubborn. You're not gonna be teachable. I'm gonna tell
How is it
you,
wrong? Prove it.
prove it, prove it.
Yeah, how's it wrong?
You prove it.
You can't prove it, so you're just making up
So,
stuff.
so, so God made this, and I told you already admitted that we have a purpose, and it can help us, benefit us as in our body and our mind, right?
Yeah.
Even the
You're bringing up
THC.
old arguments. I'm bringing up a new argument.
I'm telling you that we can benefit from it,
You're a broken record.
and that's it. That's it.
Okay,
Like,
I'm on something new. You're going back to old stuff because you have no self-control.
what are you talking about? Self control. You're making silly
Self-control is you
arguments.
don't
I
need
just
to
want to.
interrupt and repeat yourself every time I bring up some interesting new arguments.
Okay, okay. Bring up your interesting argument again. I'll give you a simple answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so if getting very high by smoking equals demons, then getting very high by whatever ways, tons of oil, tons of whatever that you didn't smoke would also get you demons, logically speaking. It's the getting high that gets you the demons. It's not how you fed it in. It's that you're entering into your system. Even if you manage to inject THC into your blood, I'm sure you would get just as high if you put in the same amount of THC by injection versus smoking it. If you get that high amount, that's going to be demons right there. That's just basic logic. Why
No,
would
it's not.
more demons come just because it was in smoke form?
No, it's not. I'm sorry, Larry. Again, like, you're just not understanding,
Okay,
man.
refute that. You're just making empty claims. What's your reasoning? Why not?
Well, if you cook cannabis or smoke cannabis, first of all, the high is different. When you eat it, it goes through your liver. Uh, it's uh, it's just the way it doesn't go to your bloodstream directly, and people can testify that it is a different high, and so you don't even know that. So
People get super high on weed brownies. Super
yeah,
high.
I know that.
I'm
I know
sure
that.
it's just as intense or more than smoking it.
I know that, but then, like I said, though, like anything you do over, if you do too much of something and you do it the wrong way, like I said, yes, anything can be bad for you and harmful.
Okay,
I already
so
told you
a
that.
ton of weed brownies could get you demons. Yes or no?
I don't know that. I never experienced that. I don't know anyone who experienced that. There are testimonies that people say that, but there's also a lot of testimony that says that they were just over anxious and paranoid.
Okay, well, I would say beware of getting high, not by smoking, just weed high for brownies or whatever, because I
Yeah,
think
I've
you could
already
get
been
just as
advocating that
easily
already.
get demons that way.
I'm not saying I don't know if you can demons can come through that. I'm not sure about that, but you're saying that it is.
I would say, logically speaking,
No, no,
that
logically speaking.
the
Come on.
evidence points to that.
Oh,
Absolutely.
come on, please. Again, you see where this is headed, right? It's clear. Like I'm telling you, I don't know, like if that can happen, but you're saying you're for sure that's the case, which means that again, I don't trust you. I don't trust your judgment.
Hey, all the devil worshippers are saying, go to that
Okay,
marijuana,
well,
get high from it. That's how
yeah,
you get your
yeah, yeah.
demons. You get
Right,
pumped
right.
full of demons.
You're right.
They're saying
Again,
this. That's what they're testifying.
Who cares what their people? But God made it, man. Give your logic.
And then the Christians are affirming it too.
No, like you got to really, look up and see the benefits of cannabis, and if God made
We've
it,
been
and if
through that. We've already. You're just
yeah,
going back
and
to broken
again,
record.
that's why we got to end the conversation because you're just so hard headed. You just want to lead people and think negatively because you're just not listening to me.
Yeah,
You're
I did.
not.
Hours.
Well, I told you that these people are using it and smoking it the wrong way, Larry. Stop
Okay.
using their testimony. It's not valid. Why
Some
you keep
people
bringing
might
it
not
up?
know there's a danger to get very high on non-smoking methods. I'm saying I believe
I
there's a
already
danger
told
there.
them that. I said low to moderate dose. Like, why you
Okay, but
keep bringing it up?
I'm clarifying for those people, not for you. Then
We know what you're trying to do, Larry.
warning
Come on.
them,
Warning
warning them.
them. Yeah, yeah. I told you from the beginning, man. No high THC, no high doses. right, make sure you get the right strain, no
You never
smoking
say
it.
why though.
Why?
You never
You want me
warn
to
them
tell you
about
why?
all the demons.
I just told you that. I don't know if that's gonna, make you enter into the spiritual demonic realm. Like I've never experienced that. I don't know people
It's not
that will
just
testify that.
that.
People that smoke cannabis all day, they're not gonna tell you that, Larry. You
No,
just assume.
there's a difference between entering the spirit realm illegally and getting possessed by demons. Two separate issues. Both of those are concerns that are distinct.
Again, I'm not saying that it can happen or not gonna happen because I don't know. But you seem so sure about people consuming cannabis in high doses that they're gonna get demons, and you are 100% sure about that, which I find kind of laughable because
Oh, here's another proof. This black guy I
proof,
found,
proof, another proof. You haven't
he's
proved anything yet.
I'm proving stuff. Yeah, yeah.
No,
I'm
you're
bringing
not.
proving means bringing evidences, and
There's no
one way
evidence.
you prove things in the court of law is by bringing somebody to the witness stand and they give their testimony. And I'm giving you testimonies. So another testimony as evidence for the court is this black guy I found. He's this new hot street evangelist, 75K subscribers and growing fast. He's getting a huge following, and he said whenever he would want to get confidence and have a demon take over him on the dance floor at clubs and stuff, he would take one puff of weed and he would just immediately a demon would take over him.
Yeah, okay.
And so that's his
Yeah,
testimony,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and he seemed to be really on fire for
Okay.
God. So
All right.
I take his testimony very seriously on that.
Okay. Sure, take it.
And that's
Yeah,
just
take
one
it.
puff. So
Yeah.
imagine if you eat a weed brownie, you could probably get the same thing.
Okay. I
So
mean,
people got
whatever.
to be very careful. They don't want demons taking over their stuff.
Yeah, Larry. Like demons are gonna take over your stuff. Like I'm talking about like you consuming it the right way and eating in low doses. None of that's gonna happen. Like
Oh, I hope
we
not.
already know, we already know that, you know, I'm not an advocate of smoking or eating it too much. I already told you that many times. Yet you keep wanting bringing up these same claims about smoking too much, and then you're just going that way too much.
That's your opinion. I disagree
No, no, no,
strongly.
no, 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 no. I already told you that in low to moderate doses, you eat it, you don't smoke it, you don't get any of those effects. There's no demonic influences. This is what God made. If God made it, and if it's positive benefits and research already proves that, I'm gonna listen to the research. I'm gonna listen to, I'm gonna actually understand it myself because I have wisdom in this and understand what it does to me, and I can trust my experiences and also millions of other people that benefit from it, and yet you're trying to discount that and you're just only bringing up negative influences, negative examples of people that abused it, and you want to magnify that only and
He
continue
took
to bring
one
that up.
puff. That's not abuse. He took one puff and the demon entered and took
How do you
over him.
know if how do you again like these testimonies, like people can say all kinds of crazy things. They can say I
Yes, but this
meditated.
guy's on
I
fire for God.
I
He's
I went
growing
to
on
the wrong
YouTube.
church and these people were singing a hymn and then I got overpowered, and I
It's
mean,
on
like,
Big
come on,
Nick's
man.
channel. Big Nick,
It
Bignik.
doesn't matter. Like there's a lot
Interview
of
with this
people.
guy. It's like an
There's
hour
a
and a
lot of
half
people.
long.
Look, there's a lot of people that took one dose or 5 milligrams and they did wonders for them. They actually got their life back and they got no more seizures, and they got total relief from the pain, and they got so much benefit. There's a lot of people that can testify of the good things. So why are you only focusing on this one black guy who smoked one puff of whatever it was? Like it could have been high THC indica, when he should be taking, for a social gathering like that. You should be, maybe even taking a sativa, and then he takes the wrong strain, and you don't even know what kind of dose. So you don't know what kind of strain, and you're
One
saying this
puff is
black
I
guy.
know
Listen, and you're saying that this one. See, you're trying to cut me out. Have some self control, Larry. How dare you? So anyway, so you're saying that this one black
that's an
guy took one puff.
interjection.
Listen, one guy who took a puff and then a demons entered, and just because he said it, you're trying to infer that that's the truth, and we should be careful because that can happen to everybody.
Yeah, of course.
No, because look, first of all, again, he took. We don't. Do you know what kind of strain he took?
Oh,
Do you
I
have?
think
No,
any
you don't
strain
know.
would have gotten the
No, no, no,
demons.
no, no. Again, you're not knowledgeable, so don't say any strain because strains are different.
No,
Okay,
the demons
what are
wouldn't
you talking
say.
about?
The demons
What do
would
you?
enter through any strain, I'm sure.
So you're saying that one puff can make demons come in?
No one said if you have one strain, demons come, but the other strain, demons hate it.
No, no, no. You're saying that. You're saying that the guy took one puff and the demons came in, and you believe that, right? Your whole
Of
heart.
course,
Of
whole
course.
heart,
Of course, you
whole
believe that, and you
define
don't.
whole
And
heart.
I'm asking you, what kind of strain did it take? And you don't even know. You don't even know that. What kind of was it? Was it indica or sativa? You don't even know that. You don't even know what kind of THC. Is it
I
man
believe any
manipulated?
any
Do you know
kind
where
would.
he got that? Do you know is it a land race? Is it outdoor, indoor? Do you know which strain? Do you know that? You don't even know anything about that,
Well,
but
why don't you ask them?
you just believe in this one testimony that says that he took one puff and then demons came in. When millions of people took one puff and they never experienced that ever. So how can you just say that this is true? Because you want to think negative and you want to only see the bad side of it. That's
No,
why. Yes, you
no.
are. How about the people that took one puff and they really enjoyed their time and they got relief from the pain finally, and then it helped them. What about those people? Thank you, Larry. You got nothing.
I didn't even hear a
Got
person say
nothing.
that.
Okay, though there's a lot of people who says that. Look it up, Larry. You're so foolish, bro. Dude, you're like an elementary kid, like trying to argue against somebody who's wise right now, and you have no knowledge of that. Look at the examples you're putting out there. One black guy took one puff and he got demons, and yet there's a lot of people that took one puff or took a little bit and they had positive benefits. And then you're discounting that. Maybe he took the wrong kind. Maybe it was high THC. You don't know any of those informations, and you're just saying that
No, he was
blindly.
saying
Blindly, you don't know any
this wasn't a
information.
one-off thing too. He was saying throughout a whole season of his life, anytime he needed to get into some type of self. You even said this confidence to meet people as a crutch. You
No,
said it's
I'm
good for
saying
that.
if it relieves anxiety and it doesn't get you self
Yeah, that
conscious.
could be a crutch. If
No,
you're
I'm
trying to
saying
go
if
clubbing and you need extra confidence,
no
that's why
no no
people
no
take
no
shots too.
no, people use caffeine or soda to get energy like that. You use it like
We're
that,
not
so
talking
people can
about
use it.
energy.
I'm
We're
saying
talking about
people
some
can
type of
use
false
it. people
confidence.
people can use it for anxiety or energy or pain or focus.
We're talking
So
about false
so yeah,
confidence to meet people at a party.
it doesn't mean that people who consume cannabis the right way, they take it to have false confidence. Maybe
You
one
talked
person.
about that. You said that was a
No, I
perk.
said I said that cannabis can heal anxiety. Therefore, if you are not anxious and not self-conscious and not overthinking or negative thinking, then maybe it can keep you. It can make you more social. Maybe some people need that, and I
That's
don't.
a crutch.
What do you mean it's a crud? What are you talking about?
You should get your
People,
confidence from the
people.
Lord, not from
I
drugs.
didn't say you should get confidence from drugs. I said that sometimes we have deficits, and God gave us these food as medicine or food that can heal us. And of course, we need to rely on the Holy Spirit. But sometimes, if your body needs some kind of pain, you might rub it and you might take it. And so that doesn't mean that you're getting false
That's off
confidence from
topic.
that. No, no, I'm making total sense, and I'm saying that people don't need to take cannabis to have self confidence or to be social.
You
Maybe
said
people
they
do
could
that.
do that and you recommend that.
Maybe people do that. Maybe people do that to
You
relieve
recommend that.
anxiety if they have anxiety.
I don't
And
recommend that.
well, you're not a doctor who. Be
If
quiet.
you people want to be confident, then
Not
don't go to
confident.
crutches and
What do
drugs. Go to
again?
the
You're
Lord.
trying to magnify something that I didn't even come across like that. I said that it relieves anxiety, and sometimes it can help you to have a deeper or open conversation with somebody that you might not be inclined to do if you were maybe you were too anxious and you were afraid, and sometimes if it can relieve that, then yeah, then it's good for you and it can help you. And I'm not saying you have to depend on cannabis to talk to people and that's how you get confidence and that's how you
You
become
said it,
social.
it can give you confidence to meet people, and that's one of the benefits. I'm against that.
No. I said again. You're trying to twist it again, Larry. I said that if
Rewind the tape. I wrote it
okay,
down when you said
listen,
it.
listen. I'm telling you right now. You might misunderstood me right there, but I'm trying to be clear to you right now and make you easily understand what I'm saying. Is that if cannabis can help you with your anxiety and it can help you to talk to people and be more social, then by all means you can use it like that too.
I'm
You can use
against
it for
that.
many purpose.
I believe when it comes to anxiety, you you get treatment. Always go to the Lord in prayer. The Bible says, "Be
Well,
anxious."
you're
Let me
saying you're
finish. The
saying
Bible says, "Be anxious for nothing, but in everything with thanksgiving make your requests known to the Lord, and that His peace, which transcends all understanding, will guard your heart and mind." That's
okay.
how you
So
treat anxiety, not drugs.
okay, listen. So you're saying that if somebody is, would you admit that somebody has body problems and mental problems in our society today? Do you see that a lot?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
problems. Yeah, they have pain in the body and they have mental problems, right?
Yeah,
Yes. So of course we can come to the Lord about everything and to expect him to heal us and things. But what if He gave us these food to heal us, and He wants us to take some healthy food so we can benefit from, and we can take it for our mind, for anxiety, for pain, for
I'm
focus.
against that.
Well,
I
then
would
why are you
not
eating food?
counsel
Why are you eating
anyone.
food?
Now we're talking about Christians now.
Yeah, no. Why do you eat all kinds of food when it's helping
That's
you
off
with all
topic.
these? No, the food helps you with your mind. The food helps you. There's brain food. There's a body. There's food that heals. There's food that you can benefit from. And I put cannabis as in the same category as food. And if the food can be eaten like that, and it can heal you, then there's no problems.
I'm against using anything to treat anxiety except prayer and trusting the Lord's provision. It comes down to trusting God. That's where the anxiety leaves when you trust God. And
Again,
so somebody
cannabis
could
is
keep
not only
using
for
all these
anxiety.
drugs.
It's
Let
not
me
only for
finish.
anxiety. It's for pain too.
Somebody could keep using all these drugs and getting relief from their anxiety instead of going to the Lord, and then they're replacing the Lord. That becomes an idol. I'm against treating anxiety with anything but
Yeah,
the Lord.
yeah. And so, people have mental problems, and obviously, they have problems in their body, and God created food for us to eat. And if it can help you with that, then you take it. Okay, simple answer. Okay, you don't rely on a certain food and not rely on God. That's not what I'm saying. Can people do that? Yeah, that's another outlier. That's another extreme case.
It's
Yeah,
not probably
but
an
again,
outlier. That's the
again,
majority.
again, again, you're putting that extreme case, and you're trying to argue a small point again. That's not the main
It's a
point here.
big point.
Anxiety. So I'm saying anxiety people have problems with, and of course they have problems with their pain. And if they pray about it and they're not getting a relief in that pain, and God might say, hey, I created all this food for you to benefit from, take the food, and you can have good knowledge about the food, certain food you got to take, and He has discernment to take that food and get healing from it. So what do you have a problem with, like
We're not on
anxiety?
the
You
pain
don't
topic
focus
because I
don't
was
focus
very
on only
lenient on
anxiety.
that
Don't
topic.
focus only on anxiety, or you cannot say anything about if I say pain, then you have nothing to say. That you cannot say anything about pain, because why? If you have body pains, you have body aches, and you do rely on the Holy Spirit to take away your pain. And sometimes you have to admit that it might not work, or maybe God wants you to take some medicine or some food to heal that or cure that. Wouldn't you say that you should take that for your pain? Or should we
We've been through
rely?
that. You're being a broken record. I'm on the
No,
topic of
answer it.
anxiety
Answer it
treatment
again.
now.
Answer it again, because cannabis is a
There's no need.
whole
I've covered that a
whole.
lot.
No, I see what you're trying to do again. You're trying to use one verse. Oh, don't be anxious about anything, but prayer. But so we shouldn't use anything that God has created to heal our anxiety, to help us to relieve that. And I think that your argument there again, you're gonna only magnify that part of the use of cannabis and anxiety, and you're trying to put that verse out there only for anxiety. We can rely on the Holy Spirit. You're trying to find a verse to justify what your belief is, yeah, this verse has not, it doesn't even qualify to even have, an argument or to go against what I'm saying.
I would say if somebody does not know God, they don't have an intimate relationship with Him. I would say that teas and possibly some type of safe usage, as we've defined, if you can establish it's safe or whatever with the doctor, because you're not even a believer, whatever, then for such a person, I could see using things God made to treat anxiety. But for
Thank you. That's it.
someone
That's it.
who's a
That's it.
Christian
Yeah, that's it. That's
who,
it. That's
well,
it.
wait a minute,
No, 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 no,
for a
no. Because
Christian,
again, for a Christian to rely on that, I'm not talking about that. You don't need to depend on that. You can depend on food for energy. You can depend on other food for anxiety. You can depend on other food or medicine for pain. But ultimately, yeah, we gotta rely on the Holy Spirit, and that's my point. Is that you cannot, twist what I'm telling you right now to what I believe. I believe, yeah, we should, you know rely on the Holy Spirit for a lot of these things too. But God gave us food. I'm saying we can use this food to heal our anxiety too, man. And you just said it, so that's it.
okay, I said that for an unbeliever. Now, for believers, we have the Spirit of Christ. Now, Jesus, one of his names, it says, he shall be called the Prince of Peace. When that Holy Spirit's filling you, you have tremendous peace. It says this peace transcends all understanding. So if you have that peace, you do not need to treat anxiety with anything else. If you feel any anxiety, you need to go straight to the Lord in prayer, and He will take it away like that, real quick.
I agree. How about focus though? What if some people are born like they can't focus, they're not eating the right food, and then they can't focus, and maybe cannabis can help, or seizures or body pain. There's a lot of reasons why people take cannabis. So those, just single out anxiety and just focus on that and say, oh, I got you there, because Christians shouldn't be anxious. And no, that's not my point. We're arguing like the entire thing about cannabis, how it helps you in many ways. And so you cannot try to prove to say that you got to rely on God for everything. Forget about your pain, forget about your mental problems, just rely on God only. And if that's your take, you're wrong about that again,
Well,
because
I didn't
God
say
created
that.
food.
You're just
Yes,
creating a
yes, yes,
straw
yes.
man.
Again, if I'm saying if you're because that's what you're trying to argue again, and
No,
I'm
it's
going to
not. You're
crush that
creating a straw
argument
man.
very, very easily,
Of course,
because
it's a
a
straw man. That's
Christian,
what they were
no,
created
because a
for.
Christian, yeah, a Christian can be sick, Larry. A Christian cannot be. He's not a perfect 10 out of 10 sometimes in his body or mind, and he can take medicine or food to help him with that, and that doesn't mean that he's going against by the Bible. That's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm not saying that. I never
What are
claimed
you
that.
trying to say, Larry?
It's
Come
another
on.
straw. You're just doing one
Be
straw man
clear.
after
Be
the
clear.
next.
Be clear then.
I'm talking about anxiety in
What
this
about it?
context.
I just
That
told you that.
for a Christian, they should not use anything to treat anxiety except the Holy Spirit. Period. That's my position on it. If you have anxiety that's persistent and you find the need to medicate, you don't know God.
How about for pain then?
For pain, I've extensively covered that. I'm
Just talk about it again. Don't just say I
remarkable.
covered it.
There's no need to it. I
Why?
because
So
you're
pain
always
would.
saying that you don't want to even go on much further and this and that.
No, no,
So
no. I'm saying.
we
So
should stay
for
on
for
novel
pain.
new points, not the same repeating.
Okay. How about for focus? Somebody who has ADHD. This is a
Yes,
serious
I
thing.
want to talk about that next. Okay, so what I was thinking about for that is, let's say someone has struggle focusing either from maybe something they have from birth, or maybe just through bad habits, just so much TikTok, always just click, click, click. You can never just stay and watch a long video. You just are so impatient. You X out the video after 1 or 2 minutes. Like, I know what it says. And so you just train yourself to have low focus by not spending time, long stretches of time doing one thing. and that's you're just teaching yourself to not have discipline. And so you just keep doing that, and then you're like, well,
All
now I
right.
need a drug to help me with focus because I lack
Okay.
self-control. You could work on your focus by
So
working on your self-control.
would you say that God created certain food to help you with your mental problems,
I
or
didn't make my point. I didn't finish my
I'm
point.
asking you before you make your long point, I'm asking you, you're saying that there's no use for any food to help you with your mental problems. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a
Let's
straw
just
man.
get that. I'm asking you.
That's a straw man. No,
There are some food that can help you with anxiety. There's some food that can help you with focus, and if God created, then we can surely use it, right?
we can,
Yeah, thank
but
you. Then that's it. That's
but
it.
that's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
it
yeah,
because I didn't even
yeah,
finish
yeah.
making my
That's it.
point.
That's it. That's you
So
have no point.
so please, I
You
do
have no
have a
point.
point. I haven't made it. You don't know what it's going to be. I want to be allowed to finish making my point. Okay. So I would say in most cases, the person, because the Bible says, strive to add to your faith self control. So this is something you have to strive to add to your faith. It's not just a given, it's something you strive for, it's something you train at. And so, as
Right.
part of training, adding to your faith self control, one thing
Uh-huh.
you could do is
Mhm.
forcing yourself to focus longer and longer
Right. Right.
and
Okay.
forcing yourself to be more patient.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if you every time just say, I'm defeated, I'm just a person that lacks in those areas, I'm just going to always take something just to give me that through a substance, that could be something that hinders your development in those areas. Now, I will say, let's say you have a coming test and you've made a lot of mistakes in the area of focus. You haven't been disciplined, and that's something you want to work on. But just for now, because you've got a serious test coming up, I would say take something that helps your focus. If you know it's doctor recommended or whatever, and you feel you've researched it, whatever, that in certain circumstances where you have a need for focus, that's a acute need for a special occasion, then taking something for focus, I could see that being prudent. If you have that issue in a bad way and it's going to really hurt your performance, but I wouldn't say take it all the time for focus and use that as a crutch when you should be developing your focus through willpower, through prayer, through fighting past your tendency to want to stop what you're doing and procrastinate or whatever. You got to fight that so that you could develop that discipline and self-control to be able to stay and study longer, finish your homework before you go on Netflix or go on YouTube, whatever. That this is something that you don't want to just rely on some substance to help you with focus in a long-term or
All right.
consistent
Okay.
way.
How about energy then? How about energy? What if some people lack some energy? They're not feeling uplifted. They're not happy. They're not, they lack some kind of energy. Like, and cannabis can do that. What do you have to say about that?
I like that. That's a very similar principle there too, because I knew this guy. He said that he just relied on day after, like every single day, Red Bull, Red Bull, Red Bull for energy. And so, like, let's just say he could get a very healthy strain or whatever that's super healthy, all natural. If you take something for energy, um, that's to boost it, I would say you don't want to end up having to rely on something on a daily basis. So you want to just get to a healthiness point that your normal energy is sufficient for all of your needs. And then you would only use the energy enhancer if you had a big fight with your mom or your girlfriend and you couldn't sleep well that night and you're just lacking, you have an important day with clients or you have important test or whatever, then take the energy thing. But then you don't want to be using that on a daily because that could even hide your need to really make big changes to your diet and your exercise and your overall health. So it would be like a crutch, and you don't want to rely on something for energy on a long term. You would use it just for special
That's my point,
occasions.
Larry, is that we should use cannabis in low to moderate dose if you need it, and once you're off it, then you don't need it. Like you can surely not depend on it, and just rely on that for a certain purpose. A lot of people can use it, just like as medicine, and once they're healed, then they don't take it anymore. And you use it in a healthy way in low doses. That's what I'm talking about. That's
Well,
what
no,
people
because
should
you said
do.
you highly recommend it for recreational use, and that could be every day. Then,
I didn't say highly recommended for recreational use. Don't put words in my mouth, Larry.
well, that was the inference I read into that.
No, I said that you can use it for recreational, medical,
You
or
said you're not
spiritual
against that.
reasons. I'm not against that. Why would I be
Well,
against that
well,
if
you
people
would
can
become
benefit
against
from it?
it then if they did it every day for recreational use, right?
Not really. Like if they did it every day, some people might, drink coffee every day, and it is a stimulant, and it is addictive, and it can be dangerous if you use it too much. And but if they want to use it for a little bit of energy, and they want to use it recreationally to, get some euphoria and some joy in their life because they're feeling depressed, and that helps them to relieve that a little bit, and then they could take it like that too. I'm not against that.
Okay, I'm against that. For depression or a little euphoria, to relieve that should be through God. The joy of the Lord is
No,
our
I'm saying
strength.
I'm saying we can rely on God for everything, but He did give us food. He did give us medicine. He did give us these herbs for us to benefit from. And sometimes as Christians, we can eat the wrong food and not eat the right food and lack energy to our motivation to help somebody and be moody and be tired. And this is very important in the Christian walk to be healthy as much as we can, to have that full energy. And I'm not against people to use cannabis for, uh, even food to give you a little bit more energy. You might be tired if you don't eat in the morning and before you work out. You want to use food to make it taste for taste and also for the effects, which gives you more, energy. Then I'm not against that either if they're using it in a healthy way and they're using it low to moderate dose, and they're not dependent on it and they're not so addicted to it. People can eat avocados all the time. That doesn't mean they have to be obsessed with it. People can use cannabis a lot of times. That doesn't mean they have to be obsessed with it. They can just treat it as a certain food that helps them to get that boost. And they're using it in low doses, so it's not affecting their function. They can function, they can talk to people. They're just the same Larry, they're the same person, but they're just getting that little bit of, uplifting mood, just like coffee. And people can use coffee too in that way. If God created coffee to give you energy, to stimulate, give you a little euphoria, a little dopamine release, and people want to use it in the morning to just to keep them awake a little bit, I'm not against that. They can rely on the Holy Spirit too, but if they want to use coffee, responsibly and not be addicted to it, and drink 10 cups of coffee a day, then of course I'm against that. But anything in life, food, coffee, cannabis, anything, we can use it for a certain purpose, even recreationally, even for a little bit of energy, even for a little bit uplifting mood, or even for relieving nervousness. Because there's a lot of Christians who are nervous and who are anxious. Even if they do rely on the Holy Spirit, they might not be mature at that moment, at that stage of their life. They might not know how to walk in their spirit or rely on the spirit. So if they can eat certain food or certain medicine at that time, then they can do it. So, my point is very clear, Larry. Like we can use
But
even cannabis for anxiety, for focus, for energy, for pain, for all these reasons that I mentioned. And as long as we're doing it the right way and not addicted to it and not abusive about it, then we can do it like that. So let's advocate the good use and how we can use it in a good way and positive way to get positive benefits, instead of saying, we can't rely on God's food because God gave us a spirit to contact him and we can only rely on him, and he takes away all the pain, he takes away all the anxiety, when they're not in a stage where they're not an
I didn't
overcomer.
say the pain part.
Well, cannabis has two strains, Larry, for one for the mental and for one for the body. And cannabis can heal and help the mind, right? It can, some people have negative thoughts, overthinking, they're always in their mind. And it has, you know, mental relief, mental, uh, it can help you mentally. So you're against everything to do with mental. Is that what you're saying? Body, pain, you're okay, but anxiety and other mental issues you have against you. We shouldn't rely on this, or we shouldn't use it.
Correct.
No.
For
again.
pain, yes,
You're nobody.
but
You don't know
well
anything
now
about this. Come on, please. Don't recommend people. Don't say that. Don't say that about what God has created, and he gave you this medicine or food to help you mentally, to be sharpened or to be clear.
let me explain
I'm
it.
saying there's nothing you can say. I already told you exactly what this situation is very clearly.
Let me explain it,
You're
please.
against the mental use of cannabis because you can find one
I'll
verse
tell
that
you
says be
why.
anxious for nothing because you can rely. You're trying to use that one verse and trying to get.
Uh, I've
Yeah.
got other arguments, other supportive ideas I want to explain.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hold on for Larry. Hold on. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. 유리? 유리가 무슨 코팅이 있냐고요? 네네네. 제가 한번 확인하고 문제 드릴게요. 예, 예. 예, 예. 그냥 빼고 alcohol 넣어서 그냥 저기 안에 이렇게 조그만 구멍을 저기다 alcohol 뿌리면 어쩔 때는 저기 오요가 오랫동안 놔두면 굳을 수가 있거든요. 그러면 지금 alcohol 그냥 축축 뿌리고 그다음에 이렇게 움직여서 1분 안에 씻을 수 있어요. 그냥 간단하게. 물도 필요 없어. 그냥 딱 씻어서 하면 돼요. 분리가 안 되냐고요? 유리만 뺄 수가 있잖아요. 안, 안에는 알코올가 필요해요. 예, 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 예. 아니요, 제가 많이 써봤는데 밖에는 그냥 닦으면 돼요. 뭐 별거 문제 없고 솔직히 말해서 오요가 나오면 조금 찐득한 부분이 있을 수가 있잖아요. 그래요. 그냥 한번 닦으면 돼요. 물로 닦거든요. 엎고 조금 하는데 그거는 뭐 예, 많이 문제 없을 거예요. 예. 제가 한번 찾아보고 문자 드릴게요. 예, 예, 예. Anyways, so you got any other points, Larry? Because I got to go soon. And again, your last point about people relying on only the Holy Spirit for everything. But again, I'm proving to you that God gave us the food to heal us, and we can take both. We can rely on the Holy Spirit and use this food. But you're just saying don't use the food, just the Holy Spirit, huh?
Yeah, and I want to explain my
Is
position
that
on
what
it.
you're trying to get at?
Let
You
me
can
explain
explain
it.
all you want, but again, if you
It's
agree what
more
I'm saying again, then nothing you say is gonna really prove that we shouldn't take cannabis. You can try it. I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead, because I gotta go, man.
okay. So if you said if an immature Christian uses it for anxiety, that could be good. But my thought on that
Um, no, no,
is
no. I'm
my
saying that can
can't I
be.
finish my point? You said I have two
Yeah,
minutes.
but then again, I didn't say that. Like if you're gonna say something that I didn't really say or intent, like the meaning of it is kind of shaky, I'm gonna cut you off and say, "Hey, wait a minute. I'm gonna correct you before you start ranting on about it," because I didn't say immature Christian. What you're saying, I'm saying that food can help us, and sometimes as young Christians, we should rely on the Holy Spirit for a lot of things. But you know, if you're lacking, like, if you're lacking some kind of deficit in your health, body or mind, and God created this food for us to have, and we're not like, we're not strong enough to fast for food for like 5 days, and we're not strong enough to only rely on God like moment by moment all the time and get healing from everything. Some people are not really in that stage. And so if certain food is proven to help you at that young person with focus, and he can behave himself better, and he's more calm, and then the science already proves that this can do that, then yeah, you can take it. There's no harm in that. You're saying that we shouldn't take it because we got to rely on the Holy Spirit all the time. That's not really realistic. Like, sure, I don't have to eat any meat ever, or or I can go as far as say, oh, all fruits have sugar, so I'm not going to eat any sugar. I'm just going to rely on God's energy. Again, you're making an argument that's not going to go anywhere with that. Ultimately, we're going to just say, okay, so we can rely on God for a lot of things, but we do rely on God's creation, which is food, to help us with these things too. So I agree, we need both.
All right. Can I make my point now?
You got no point, man. You have no
Yes, I
point.
do
You
have a
had no
point.
point. No, you
You haven't
don't.
even listened to me, even begin
Gosh,
to make it. Okay.
Larry, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to give you this time. I already gave you 4 hours today. And
You talked like 90% of it.
again, that's, you're making a false claim again. 90%. You want to really count it and see it? You're making a false claim again. Don't be don't
That's
be
not.
90%. Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let's
a pretty
you're
accurate
sure.
estimation.
Accurate? You want to count it up. You want to count out the
You can do
percentage.
that, and you'll find out I'm pretty
90%.
accurate.
90%.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Confident.
Are you sure you're a 10 out of 10?
I'm quite confident.
Yeah, see, again, you're confident,
90%
but
sure.
no, no. Again, Larry, you have a lot of growing to do. You're very immature, as spiritually immature. Okay,
I
you have this.
disagree.
You have this
You lack self
narcissistic.
control.
No, you have this narcissistic
No,
attitude.
you
Like, you
do.
have pride,
You speak the whole
and you're
time.
stubborn, and you're ignorant and deceived about this topic.
No, that's not
Yet you're
true.
trying to teach people and try to go so far of the negative sides. And deep inside your heart, you are against THC, what God created, and you think that THC can demonize people, and that's your state. And I'm sorry you feel that way. And I pray for you, bro. You hopefully you can come out of that deception and thinking and accept cannabis, and advocate people to use cannabis instead of man-made medicine to harm people. Get healing from what God has created, and we can use it in a safe, healthy way. And it is possible for two people to benefit from, to heal from, to get relief from. And God created for a reason, and we can surely use it. And if you go against that, again, you're going to be defeated. You have no arguments. You have no Bible verses. You have no sound reasons. The only reason you're saying is from false testimonies, from people that are not reliable about. Even though they're so-called Christian, they smoked it. If they smoked it and they abused it and they used the wrong kind, then you shouldn't, even bring that up. So most of the things that you brought up are people that smoked it and that consumed the man-made or man-influenced or manipulated, cannabis these days that people smoke and badmouth. And so, quite frankly, I find this to be a waste of time. I wasted a lot of time for you, and this is going to be the end of the cannabis discussion with you, because you are not qualified, you're not experienced, and you have no knowledge of it. And I'm sorry, you were just trying to teach people about the negative side of cannabis use when you're not even qualified to do that. So thank you for your time, and I hope that if you have any questions, email me and I can answer it. But as far as this video thing, I'm gonna probably erase the video too, because I think video 3, I came off very clear and easy to understand, and I didn't interrupt you that much. You had time to talk, and all your points were just going off the rails, extreme and
Wait, no,
negative.
leave video 2 on so people can see how immature you are spiritually.
You want to talk about that letter you sent me? Like that's
I'd
the
love to.
immaturity.
I'd love
That's the
to.
that's the immaturity that you're showing me when you're deceived and when you're ignorant and you're
Yeah, we
trying to
can
teach
go through
me
that on a video
and
if you want.
you're trying to teach me about me. You're saying that your old man didn't come out too, never in this discussion, not even
Not
once,
at all.
not even once.
Not at all.
Wow, 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 wow. Look at the way you were accusing me and name calling me a ghetto gangster. Like, is that what you're trying to say?
Literally,
Like,
my
come on.
family said that,
Oh,
and I
oh
agreed
yeah,
with them.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm just talking to you just like a man, just like just like as a
Oh,
brother, being sound, very, very reasonable.
your entire
I'm not
speech
arguing
pattern
with you.
changed.
What are you talking about? I said that you know, you know, you're name calling and you're offending me. You're calling me these things. You're saying that that's coming from God, huh?
My wife said you sounded like
Thank
a
you.
ghetto gangster, and I agreed with her.
Well, do I sound like a ghetto gangster now? I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just talking the way I talk, man. Why you gotta be so judgmental about the way I talk?
You got a lot more into that type of speaking the second video, less so this video. To your credit,
Well, I'm saying that
that's probably why you want to delete the second video too. By the way,
probably because you tempted me and you
no,
stirred
I
me
didn't
up
tempt
the
you.
wrong way, and it didn't come from God because God
No,
created the plant and you're against the
that's
plant,
your
Larry.
flesh. That's your
No, no, no,
flesh.
no, no, no. You're not perfect, Larry, and you're not. Everything you're saying is not coming from God. And some of the things you're saying is you're coming. You're using. You're basically gossiping and name calling and
I
mocking,
haven't
and
gossiped.
that's what you're doing.
I
You're
let my
you're
family
mocking me.
listen to our
No, no,
public
no.
conversation that you recorded.
Yeah, they should listen to it again because you know why? You know why? Because look, you're brainwashed to think that cannabis is wrong, and
I
you
didn't
you
say
gotta you
that.
got
I didn't
you,
say
you
that.
guys are all of you guys are if you think like that. I'm
That's a
sorry to
straw
say.
man.
It is because you know what? It's the truth, Larry. You got to
That's a
accept that
straw man
truth.
argument.
You got to accept that truth and grow from that. This is
I've told you
2023.
about. I
This is
agreed with certain uses.
2023. Stop bad mouthing cannabis. Nobody wants to hear that anymore. We're sick and tired of people putting bad mouth on cannabis, trying to put some negative light and warning people about the negative use because they do it the wrong way. Stop that. Stop that, okay? Get on
Uh,
with your life.
I'm not
Stop
going to
that.
stop that.
Stop. Yeah, you got to stop. People stop putting fear and negativity on cannabis. What God created, we can use it for the positive. You already admit that. If we can use it for the positive and if it can heal humans, then leave it like that. Stop focusing
Overcomers
on the
warn.
negative.
Overcomers warn people.
About the positive use about cannabis.
No, we
What
don't warn people about positive things. We
That's what
warn
I'm
people
saying.
about negative
Focus on the
things.
positive. Stop focusing on the negatives. Stop trying to correct somebody so much. Stop trying to be a teacher of everything. You're not an expert in this. Stop that, okay? You want to teach people
No,
about the
I'll
Bible and things
correct
like
who
that.
needs
That's
correction.
good. That's good. But as far as this medical or food or medicine or the human body, you don't know any of that. You have no knowledge of that, and you sound like a fool for even trying to argue against me
I
when
disagree.
well, you can disagree all you want, but you sound like an ignorant, deceived guy, and you got to really correct yourself on that.
All
Shame
right,
on
then
you.
leave up your
Shame
second
on you.
video, which shows how
I can do
unspiritual you
whatever I
are.
want. You're not going to control me. I can do whatever I want. I'm just telling you that you wasted a lot of time, and I'm sorry that you got crushed. You got crushed in all your arguments. You have no points. You only brought
We'll
up the
find how
false
many of
testimonies.
your stoner friends think I got crushed, and everyone else will agree
Yeah,
with me.
again, is that coming from God? That's coming from some kind of like flesh right there. I can see that.
I
Stoner
disagree.
friend, all my stoner friends. How do you even know if I have all stoner? Like, why do you say that
I
kind of
didn't
stuff?
say all of your friends are stoners.
You said all your stoner friends,
I said we'll see how many of your stoner friends say I got crushed.
and that's coming from God, huh? That's kind of prideful, and that's kind of like
I
mocking
disagree.
me.
That's not prideful.
You think that you legitimately won this debate and you're gonna win over people and make them think that cannabis is dangerous and
I don't think I
demonic.
debated you.
Well, you did.
That's
You
all in
can.
your head.
Well, you argued against it.
No, I argued. I basically agreed with you on almost everything.
Okay, not against the THC, the main component, the main cannabinoid, which is THC. You're against that, Larry.
I
What God
told
has
you.
created.
I told you that if somebody had some type of chronic pain
Yeah, and you're not a
and they
doctor, so be quiet,
consulted
okay?
an
That's it. You're not a
overseer,
doctor. You're not qualified to make those recommendations. So keep your mouth quiet and don't recommend those things, and don't give your opinion about it. Okay, just keep your mouth quiet. Don't talk about it because you're not qualified, no experience, no knowledge. You just don't know. Stop it.
I can speak
Understand?
anytime I
You
want.
can, but you're gonna give wrong information out there,
That's not
false.
true.
Yeah, you just gave the false videos. You on my channel, you recommended and linked up a video when it's not a fair testimony. He smoked weed from the age of 11 to 19 and abused it, and you're saying that that's a fair representation of cannabis, and you wanna
When did I
keep
say
you want.
that?
No, I'm saying why would you promote those kind of videos if they're not a fair representation
That's a
of the
warning
cannabis?
against improper usage. Obviously.
But you're against cannabis and THC that we shouldn't use it only for serious reasons when people can use it for other
No, I'm
reasons.
against improper usage, and I wanted to discuss the proper usage
No,
and
you
what's
didn't.
improper
No,
and
you
define
didn't.
it carefully.
No, you didn't. No, you
Yes, I
didn't.
did. Yes, I did. Go watch
No,
a
you
video.
didn't. No, because if you were like that, then you would obviously wouldn't say that you're against THC and it's demonic.
I
Because if you
said,
think like that, there's no positive use for THC. If you think like that, you got to be consistent with your arguments
I
and your
said,
logic.
I have.
You're not logical. You're saying that you you're not against cannabis, but you're against THC because that was your first question from the video. So you're not against. So you are against THC. Come on now, admit it.
I
Just
told you
admit it,
I'm
so I can
against.
move on.
I told you I'm against recreational use of THC for the purpose of getting high, and that I'm for potentially using it under the overseer's guidance, mature spiritual man of God guiding it for severe cases.
Again, you're wrong. Then again, severe cases only. Counseling with overseers. Like this is your opinion and your mind, your thoughts. This is not reality, Larry. Get out of that.
It's wise
Okay.
counsel.
No, this is not for only seriously dying people, Larry.
I
Come
said
on.
also chronic pain cases.
Only, I mean, there's a lot of why only pain? There's a lot of mental. You don't understand cannabis. That's the thing, man. You're so ignorant. Like, don't talk.
I can talk.
Why would you be telling people only for this, only for that, when you don't even understand the cannabinoids and the functions of the terpenes, how it all synergistically that gives you the entourage effect where it's helpful for your whole being. You don't understand that. So why would you say only for pain? Only like who are you to even say that? You're not a doctor. You're
We're
not
talking about
somebody.
THC use that
You don't know
actually
THC
does
though.
give you some kind of low high,
Low
that's
high?
dangerous
No, it's not dangerous, Larry.
when you start dealing with getting
That's
high.
why we have disagreements. That's why we have arguments because you're saying that it's dangerous when you have no
According
experience
to
and
the
knowledge. According
testimonies of
to the
many
testimony, can be
people.
wrong. Again, they can be wrong. They used it the wrong way. So you have no argument there. Again, no argument there.
That's not true. That's a
Yeah,
good
it is
argument.
true. Stop saying that. Stop being stubborn. It is
It's
true.
not
You got
being
defeated.
stubborn.
You got defeated,
Not at
Larry.
all. Not even.
Yes, you
That's all in your
did.
head.
No, it's
You don't know
not
what
because you
defeat
have
even
no reason.
means.
You tell me one reason why we shouldn't consume cannabis. That was the argument. That was the whole
I didn't
argument. That
say
was
we
the
should
whole.
absolutely never consume it for any purpose, like you just strawmanned.
So you're saying that we can use cannabis THC for uh for serious medical conditions only. Is that what you're saying?
When you're dealing
Basically,
with getting high, I would not risk it without overseer approval and for serious medical intervention. When you're talking about getting high,
what does getting high mean, though, Larry? Describe that. What does it
it,
mean? Why do we have to do that? Why is it so?
you
Why does
said
it
there's
sound?
different
No, no, no.
levels
Why
and all
does it
this
sound so
stuff.
dangerous? Like, why? What is high? Tell me. What does that do? Thank you. You're
It
not. You're
alters your
amen.
mental
No,
state.
it doesn't. That's what
Getting
the
high
definition says.
doesn't alter your mental
That's
state.
what. That's what somebody says. Alter your mental state. What do you mean? Like, why would we eat food as if some food can do that? It can help you to do that.
This is talking about getting
Yeah,
high from a
exactly.
drug.
You don't understand even what the high is. It's just the effects, Larry. How many times do I gotta tell you? High doesn't mean you're just, mentally going crazy.
You're talking like a bully.
No, I'm not because
Yeah,
I'm
you
sick
sound
and
just
tired
like
of
a
people like
bully.
you. No, no, I'm sick and tired of people like you who are ignorant and deceived and yet so stubborn.
I don't see any
You are
patience,
stubborn.
peace,
You are
no
stubborn.
fruits of the spirit at
Yes,
all.
you are.
You're
No,
just the old man right now.
I'm correcting. You are the same way, and you can say that you're reading and being in the Holy Spirit, but you're talking and you're thinking the heart. I can see your eyes. You're always in your mind. Always. You're not thinking about God right now.
I think about God all the time.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not perfect like that, Larry.
I pray all the time.
Larry, come on, man. You have room to growth. You're growing.
I
You're
didn't
not
say it's
perfect yet.
impossible to grow. Everyone always has room to grow. If we're a billion years old in the Lord, we would be more grown than if we're 2 years
Yeah,
old or 20 years
I
old.
would be honest. I would be honest enough to say that hey, my goal is to pray all the time because that's what the Bible says. But sometimes, yes, I can get into a fleshly argument and be in my mind a lot. I can admit that, but you
I
can't.
I will not admit a lie.
So you're saying that everything you said right now about cannabis is coming from God, and that we should be careful of the how demonic like demons can enter you if you take THC in a high dose.
No, I don't think everything you say if you're in the spirit is thus saith the Lord. I'm not prophesying every word I say just because I'm in the spirit. I still reason.
Yeah, again, Larry, just understand that just because we have one difference about this cannabis use, it doesn't make me a ghetto gangster or not spiritual or of the devil of the devil. That's how far you go. Like,
No, if you
you
get
know,
in the flesh, you're of the devil during that time period.
but I'm telling you that, sometimes as humans we do have a mind, and we have to be in their spirit a lot. But you already admit that you tend to be in your mind a lot, and you got to be careful. You already admit that. That means that if you're careful of that, then you know the dangers of that, and you probably experience being in your mind too much.
No, I said I have that tendency, but I have not been having a problem in that area.
Are you sure? Never. You talk for hours, bro. Like I listened to that Dory 5 thing, and then like it just gets repetitive and boring. Like it doesn't like we get your point. You don't need to speak 4 hours on it. You can just maybe simplify it. And a good speaker is somebody who makes people understand what they're trying to say.
People
And
are
yet,
saying they enjoyed it, that it was excellent, very thorough, excellent teaching from the Bible.
yeah, I'm just telling you that sometimes, you know, um, like you have to just be careful, man. Like, you talk a lot, a lot, a lot. You want to teach a lot, a lot. Too much in your mind. Too much.
You can't summarize my whole life by one video series. I
Well,
usually record it in about 1 to 1.5 hour sessions over a 3 year period. I made 30 hours of footage.
yeah, and again,
So you act like I just sat there for 30 hours straight. That's not true.
okay, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like, hey man, like good luck to you, man. I know you have I call yourself a Christian, but be careful of saying extreme things to other Christians, like as far as to say you're going to hell, you're not a Christian, you're demon possessed. Like you say that so lightly. Like be careful of that, okay?
I don't say
Yes,
that lightly at
yes,
all.
you do. You did say it lightly, and I didn't appreciate
Where?
that
Prove it.
in the letter. Like you said that, this is heavily demonic or influenced by demons. The way I was talking, maybe I did lose self control because I got tempted. Yeah, I got angry in a certain time. I admit that. I can admit that as a human. Like sometimes, yeah, I can make those mistakes.
A
But
demon was behind
for
that, I believe.
no, no, no. Demon behind
In the
what?
letter, I said
Because
I
you got
believe
me angry,
demonic
because you
influences
got
were
no,
involved.
because you were getting me annoyed and angry and kept repeating and kept wanting to go to the negative light when I kept telling you, please, Larry, let's go back to the other side. Let's teach people about the positive you. And yet you were so burdened, so inclined to only jump on the negative. And I knew in your heart that you were against THC and you're against people consuming cannabis and you don't want people to take
That's a
it.
lie. You're just making stuff up. You don't have good discernment.
See, that's why you're tricky like that, because you couldn't answer my question, and you're always trying to uh not just be direct and straightforward with me. If you were straightforward with me and say, "Hey, you know what? Like, yeah, people shouldn't smoke it and they shouldn't consume high THC or high, high a strong cannabis in high doses, but if they take it responsibly and they can benefit, then yeah, yeah, we can take it, but we got to warn people. That's like it takes 2 minutes to say
That's
that.
irresponsible. That's way too oversimplified.
Well, what is like
Okay,
to take
so
low
11-year
doses?
olds, you should just give them a bag of weed and trust their discernment.
No, I said low dose and no, don't smoke
You
it.
never you never even would go into the age issue. What
What are you
age do
talking
you
about?
start with? Would you trust 11-year olds getting this stuff? And would you trust their discernment on how to get high properly or
I'm not
microdosing?
I'm not educated to know if that's like I think that certainly 11-year-old who takes a low dose of cannabis perhaps might help them, but I'm not an expert in this
So
field, so I can't
no
answer that.
adult supervision, just give the 11-year-olds a bag of weed and trust
No,
their
no, no,
discernment.
no. You gotta talk to the doctor. Hold on for a second. So again, like I said, we got to be careful. We got to consult doctor professionals, and we have to know how to take it, how to minister it, how to consume it in the right dose, right strain. We have to understand that. That's what I'm saying, Larry. Stop trying to twist it. Stop trying to say that. You know, what else? What else you want to say? I'm clarifying that right now for you. That's not what I meant.
I was saying that in having a mature, thorough, cautious discussion over something very dangerous, we should get into talking about what age is appropriate, what maturity level is appropriate. But you're just trying to make me say, "Oh, either get high or don't get high." Like it's one or the other. It's much more nuanced, and you can't oversimplify it that way.
왜냐면 어떤 디퓨저는 이게 커스텀 메이드 뭐 디자인도 그렇고 어느 거 Anyway, Larry, good luck
Did you
to you,
just
buddy. I
say a
gotta go.
custom-made bong designed for the pole or something?
No, that's in your head. Sorry, I gotta go, Larry.
So you're
Okay,
talking
bye
about
bye.
bongs to customers now?
What?
You're talking about bongs to
No,
customers?
what are you talking about, Bond? This is a diffuser, nebulizer.
You said bong, I thought.
That's your mind. That's not what I said. Come
You
on,
didn't
what are you
say
talking?
bong.
No, I didn't.
All right, well, we'll rewind it and see.
예, 어느 거요? 글로리. 아, 예, 예, 글로리 있는 것 같은데, 예, 예, 있어요. 예, 예. 예, 내 택배로 보내면 뭐 내일 가겠죠? 예, 예. 고맙습니다. Yeah, Larry, that's in your head, bro. What are you talking about bongs for, man? This is Korea. That's all. That's all legal.
You didn't say bong.
No,
All right, well, we'll look at the
I'm,
tape. I
talk, I'm
thought
talking Korean, bro.
No, you said like 5 or 6 English words in a row, and one of them was bong. It sounded like.
No, nothing to do with bongs. That's in your head.
Do
We
you
don't do
sell
bongs.
bongs?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
Do you sell anything for smoking?
No,
Do you sell marijuana?
no,
Do you sell marijuana-based products?
no.
Do you smoke
Well, well,
marijuana?
well, well, well. Socks, socks. But I see where you're getting at. The answer is no, Larry. Get that through your head. I gotta go now. Bye bye.